Is there a
I
is
should have
there a
brought my
die?
AirPods. Testing, testing.
Maybe I just moved the mic farther away from my face. And
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Tempe, Arizona for the Cactus Classic. We are back. Gengabus joined alongside me, my good friend Jack. Jack Simon, how are you?
I'm doing great. You know, a little abnormally chilly for the average Arizona winter, but I'm digging it. Reminds me of home in California. Today we have a matchup between the #2 team in the country, UC Santa Barbara, the Gauchos, taking on unranked GCU. UCSB is 10-0. They have yet to lose a matchup. GCU 1-4. They're 1-0 on the road though.
This is going to be a very exciting game. Obviously, Cactus Classic was a lot of fun last year. We're bringing you all of the breaking news, all of the action and gameplay here on South Mountain Sports on YouTube. It's going to be a fun time with us. I promise. Draw is going to be in the next minute or so, and we'll be ready for everything that comes our way. And I think the biggest thing about going into this matchup is who can really get off to the best start. I think this is a game where the Antelopes are going to come out, try their hardest, and this is a game where they're going to try their best to facilitate the pace.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you're going into this matchup as GCU, I mean, you know you have nothing to lose. You're going to put 110% out there, because if you don't put 110 or more percent, then you're going to be going home with a loss.
Of course, and obviously the biggest thing before we actually even get into this game comes from UC Santa Barbara's head coach, Peyton King, and we just got word that, unfortunately, one of their top players, the top player most likely for UCSB, Ruby Guzdar, seems to be out with an injury.
Yes, their second leading scorer in points, their #1 attackman, she had 35 points on the season. She's out with an injury tonight.
We'll definitely have to see how UC Santa Barbara decides to combat that, and we'll see if the Antelopes can possibly capitalize on a #1 player being out of the game for UCSB. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes here as we have opening draw on its way.
Yep.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to South Mountain Sports here on YouTube. Gengabus, Jack Simon, opening draw here at the Cactus Classic on Field B as GCU, the Antelopes, get ready to take on UC Santa Barbara.
We got Brooke Ellis, #11, taking the opening draw for UC Santa Barbara, and we got #15, Nicole Terry here for GCU.
Good opening draw here. Stick checks and everything seem to be underway. Again, opening draw coming up here in just a few seconds from now. We saw a few of the head coaches, too, for both these squads do their opening talk, too. And like we mentioned before, Ruby Guzdar out. A lot of things going into this matchup. UC Santa Barbara still trying to stay undefeated with that 10-0 record. And GCU, a tall mountain to climb as we get ready to go into this one.
And folks, #11 for the Gauchos, Brooke Ellis at the draw. This is what she does. 37 draw wins on the season. GCU's #1 draw taker has 20.
And speaking of GCU, the fan base here in
it's
Tempe
here.
is
They're alive.
outstanding for GCU. And the Antelopes and UCSB about to get underway. Opening draw being placed as the referee will get ready to take the step back. And we're underway. UC Santa Barbara and GCU fighting for it, and the Antelopes able to take it away. Handling it is number 20, Breland Caffey. Now on the far right side of the wing. Quick foul, but advanced for GCU.
They're going to get the start at the 12-meter here, I believe.
Kirsten Roberts now trying to advance. Floating behind the back of the X now. GCU now still hanging around the left side. Quick early passing, you can tell too, this GCU squad trying to find an open lane. Haven't been able to get that just yet though.
Oh yeah, women's lacrosse is a little bit like chess. They're moving the ball around. You have to set up the defense and find that opening. And they find an opening, unable to convert right in front of the goal.
The centering was there for GCU. Quick scrum right around the 5-meter mark. GCU trying to take it away. Everybody fighting for it now. And finally being able to retrieve it is number 12. That's Samantha Klump, the midfielder for this GCU squad. Passing again along the top of the fan. Trying to run inside is Breland Caffey. Again, the big person to watch out for here is Kirsten Roberts, number 11 for this GCU squad. Handling is number 3, Ava Loafer. Trying to move on the inside. Centers it back out to number 20, Breland Caffey. Caffey, Deeks, trying to find a centering pass. Can't find nothing, however. Moves it along the backside of the fan once again. And this time it falls out of the net. And a quick foul, but this will be awarded for GCU. And now a opportunity here for GCU to get the ball back at the top of the fan.
Already ample opportunity for the GCU team. They've been controlling the ball already.
Agreed. Here's a run through the center. Deeks bounce pass between the legs through the 5-hole.
The bouncer shot always catches the goalies off guard. That's a 1-0 lead for GCU.
And that was a great shot there by the Antelopes. And just like we mentioned beforehand at the start of this game, we thought the Lopes were going to come out swinging and being aggressive is exactly what they did. And the Lopes able to go back on top as number 3, Ava Loeffler, scores the first goal of this one.
There you go. For a team like GCU, when you're disadvantaged into this matchup, and you know that maybe your skills are not as good as your opponent, you want to control the ball. You want to have the most opportunities to score. You want to hold the ball for as much as you can, because more time in the stick, more potential to score a goal. And GCU is going to look to do that here tonight.
And another draw upcoming between both squads to establish possession once again.
Ellis versus Terry again.
They'll be the two duking it out in the draw circle for the majority of tonight. And UCSB with its first possession of the game. Handling its number 11, that's Brooke Ellis. She was here last year and was one of the top goal scorers in the Cactus Classic just last season. Handling it now is number 10, Jackie Enns. A centering pass on the inside. This one bounces away behind the back of the X. The Lopes and the UC Santa Barbara squad locking horns there for a second. However, the Antelopes do a good job recovering and getting it right back in a very quick possession for UCSB.
Yep, GCU definitely going to try to clear this and control the pace here. But that's a quick takeaway by number 2, Kayla Carpenter.
That's a great turnover.
Carpenter.
And now an opportunity. Centering pass. Throwing it to the left side just a little bit wide. From number 24 for UCSB, that's Gracie Emery.
UCSB had the 3-on-2 break there. They had the numbers, but just couldn't convert on the goal right there, right in front of the crease.
Yeah, and this UCSB squad, again, trying to capitalize to the best of their abilities, being down one of their top players. Moving it along the right side of the fan here is UCSB. Number 35 in control, that's Emma Rathjen. Movement across the top of the fan there by number 11, Brooke Ellis. Centering pass, another scrum right in front of the crease. However, GCU's goalie able to keep it away from the back of the net, and that was Tristan Melke.
errant pass there on the clear goes out of bounds, and it's going to be UCSB's ball.
And that's one of those turnovers that you can't give away if you're GCU.
The unforced turnovers, not what you want if you're trying to upset a team.
Here's a centering pass, and that one goes a little bit over the top of the sticks, as that was number 2, Kayla Carpenter, who had a shot opportunity but wasn't able to capitalize.
Grace Emery controlling behind X right now. Over to Carpenter.
Good control. Equal possession time is what it feels like for the majority of this game. And handling it again is Ellis along the top of the fan. Quick dish back. UCSB trying to fight for possession. However, another great save there by Tristan Melke.
Yeah, she shot that one stick side high. The goalie stick was already exactly where she shot the ball. So goalie didn't have to do much work there to make the save.
And that's a great read there too by Tristan. And GCU fighting forward too along UCSB's own half. However, UCSB able to scoop it up and take it back. It's number 26, Ava Shandy, the defenseman for GCU. Movement from UCSB to back into GCU's own zone. Still a 1-0 game for GCU up to this point after the very early goal from Ava Loeffler. And another opportunity, and that shot's good. As finally, we see Brooke Ellis get her shot off from inside the crease, a little bit over to the right side. Great job kind of discombobulating Tristan and tying it right back up. So it's a 1-1 game for both these squads.
Yep, Brooke Ellis there on the cut. She has 17 goals on the season, make it 18 for the UCSB midfielder.
And that's just a great read, too, from Ellis. You could tell she was trying to work along the top of the fan for the majority of that game. She found her lane right into the crease, took advantage of it from playing behind the X, and was able to get the shot off. That was a great job there from UCSB.
And we have a timeout here for GCU. They're going to talk things over. Early on, possession control, name of the game here if GCU wants to win. And UCSB, on their clears, I've noticed they've been picking up the pace because they want to tire out this GCU team. The list of rosters that we have been given, UC Santa Barbara's team is almost double the length on my sheet of paper here. They have bodies on bodies, and GCU is incredibly thin.
Yeah, and you can tell GCU a little bit less to work with, but also it's not about the size of the roster. It's also about the players on said roster. But again, though, who knows? UCSB is ranked number 2 in the country with, I believe, almost close to 40 players on their roster.
What's the old saying? It's not about the size of the dog in the fight. Size of the fight in the dog. And
Exactly.
GCU, they got to have a big size of fight. If maybe that's how, I don't know how you say it, but fight needs to be big.
I completely agree with you right there, Jake. I think the biggest thing, too, from this GCU squad is making sure they don't get caught off guard on the counterattacks. That's going to be the big thing UCSB is going to try throughout this game, apply full field pressure, and GCU needs to make sure they're not caught off balance with that. This is a team, too, that did a great job with just their first possession of this game. And I'm very confident, too, that if both teams can play to their style, I think this is a very even match no matter what the record says. Third draw of the game now underway. 1-1 after a tying shot from Brooke Ellis. And here we are, GCU not able to get possession, so starting things out is Jackie Eanes now moving it forward. And here's a centering pass on the inside part of the crease. Bounce shot, able to get it to go. It's gold for Gachos.
Perfect drawn-up play right out of the timeout. You know their coach said, we're going to get into this set right after the break. They got into it, took it around X, sent a slew of cutters, and found him right on the doorstep. Bounce shot goes.
That was a great shot, too, from Gracie Emery, one of the main attackers for this UCSB squad. Finding an open lane on the left side of that 8-meter. Beautiful bounce shot, able to catch Tristan off guard. And again, just like we talked about, quick, fast-paced playmaking from UC Santa Barbara. to start out that draw. That was the best way to go about it, and they scored and capitalized off it as well.
Yep, UCSB definitely going to try to pick the pace up, like I said earlier, and tire out this Gaucho team. Or not Gaucho, the Lopes team.
And draws up again. UCSB trying to take it away, and GCU has possession this time.
Controlled by Klump.
Klump moving it forward, centering pass, deflected away by number 26. That's Ava Shandy. And that's great defense right there, as that was a opportunity in the making for GCU. Centering pass across the middle, top right, got it!
And there is life for this GCU team. Their fan base is loving it. They almost have the home field advantage here, really. And what a way to come out. After getting scored on immediately following the timeout, GCU says, I got one of my own.
And I believe that was Dally Tibbetts who came up with the goal there. And apologies, that was number 24, Layla Cates, coming up with the goal. So GCU gets their get back, and both these teams, the Lopes, locking horns.
2-2, tied up. Draw gets flung out of the center circle all the way to the attack line.
GCU not able to take it away, and there's Ellis once again handling its number 23 for UCSB. That's Brooklyn Deo. Ellis again with control. Handling it at the top of the fan is Haley Schmella. Inside shot opportunity, but this time poked away by Tristan.
That was a great face dodge from number 35. That was Hazy Schmella on the face dodge, but unable to convert the goal. Defense here getting swarmed by the Gauchos. Ground ball.
Finally picked up by GCU. It's number 12, Samantha Klump, able to pass this one away. Handling it again is Cates. Cates now on the move. Has an open lane in front of her, but a 2-on-1 fast break opportunity gets squandered. Great defense from everybody around. Handling it this time is Lily Houston on the right side of the fan.
Houston finding her way. Takes a shot.
Just over the top of the net there. Not able to find a hole. Carrie McMahon with it now. Playing along the back side of the X. GCU trying to slow things down, handle things with their own possession. Number 17 now with it, Rachel Waters. Trying to get something inside. Nothing working for GCU, but movement along the top of the fan. Here's a deke on the inside, and they'll just have to give it right back. Cates again with it. Deke right. Can't find anybody along the top of.
Cates is double teamed, but she's working it.
Great stick movement, too, from Cates. Doing it all here. And she'll just dish it right back to the top of the fan.
Cates didn't seem scared of that double team at all. She kept going towards the goal.
A lot of physicality here from that UCSB squad, especially the defense. Handling it's now number 27. That's Daly Tibbetts. This time it gets knocked away. With control, Lily Houston once again.
Again, GCU slowing down this game, controlling the possessions. They want their time of possession to be a lot more than the Gauchos.
Handling it's number 22, Carrie McMahon once again. Carrie passes it right along the backside of the X. Trin Ekren with control. And GCU slowing the tempo down. Had an opportunity to work out something.
Kelder, double teamed on the outside. She's getting swarmed. Loses the ball, controlled by 34 for the Gauchos. That's Emma Rathjen.
And UCSB will take it right back. After GCU was trying their hardest, and they were able to get it back after a missed pass opportunity.
Oh, and it goes right back to UCSB.
And tradeaways after tradeaways right now, right along the neutral zone marker. Here's a centering pass. Opportunity squandered away. Is good defense from GCU. Here's another ground ball rotating towards the top of the fan, and Ellis is able to take control.
She got hit in the head, I believe. That's going to be a foul.
Looks like that'll be a yellow card awarded to number 17. I believe that's number 12. Apologies. Samantha Klump.
So 2-minute releasable penalty there. So man up for the Gauchos here. Let's see what kind of plays they have drawn up. This is what you practice all the time in practice. You're always working on your man-up opportunities. Let's see if the Gauchos can convert.
Gauchos movement in top of the fan. Here's Eanes. And this will get poked away. However, UCSB still in control. Another ground ball. This gets fumbled, but they'll say it's a foul, and it's out of bounds. And this will be awarded right back to UCSB. Handling it again is Tibbetts. Ooh. Very windy one today here in Tempe.
Rosters flying everywhere over here in the booth.
And another turnover by UCSB. One-on-one opportunity. Shot advantage. Blocked. What a play by Tristan Milkey.
Gets her own rebound and then throws a turnover. GCU's controlling it.
And GCU in the back of their zone. Again, that full court press continuing to be the main thing of the main theme of things.
And a turnover.
And again, we're seeing another opportunity.
Emery into Carpenter for the goal right there. So UCSB had many opportunities in the last couple minutes. Finally got one to go. That's a 3-2 lead.
And Kaylee Carpenter gets the golden sombrero for the Gauchos. As 3-2 is the score after that one. We know it, but it appears the scorekeepers may not.
Refs are making sure to put it on the scoreboard, I think.
There we go.
There it is.
We got it. 3-2 now for the Gauchos.
New players at the draw here. We got O'Connor and I believe Loafer at the draw.
Ground ball trying to get recovered, and GCU is able to do it. It's number 3, Ava Loeffler, handling it again. Another pass towards the centering circle to number 2, Mia Stins. Ooh. It looks like we had 2 sticks collide, and a headshot from both ways, as it looked like Mia Stins caught number 16, Hannah Buchanan.
Ground ball opposite sideline, and it's going to fall out of bounds. That's going to be GCU ball.
And apologies, we would love to give you all a time update, but unfortunately that seems to be the one thing we don't have available to us.
Good old tournament style. You just hear the air horn, the canned air. You just hear it, and you know your time's up.
It's all about the sights and sounds. Here's a centering pass that goes wide, but GCU in a position to pick it right back up, and they do so. That was number 55 for GCU, Beatrice Reynolds.
What a
Here's
catch
a deep
inside.
Behind, in front of the crease, and this pass goes wide. And that was a huge opportunity there by GCU's number 22, Carrie McMahon.
Just flew it over the goal, a little bit too high. That was an incredible catch there.
And here's Carrie again with the pass, right back over to number 15, Nicole Terry. GCU slowing that tempo down once again, but they remember what happened in their last possession when they did that. UCSB was able to take it right back, so trying to be patient, but you also want to capitalize on any open lanes that you see. Like Ava Loeffler, who goes in
Gets
firing.
It to go on the bounce shot, just a dodge across the top of that 12-meter arc, and she got right down the middle.
And Ava Loeffler ties it right back up. 3-3 game here in Tempe.
Well, GCU is just a spirited squad. You can tell that every goal they score, the fans are getting loud, and the players are also incredibly hyped.
And as they should be, the number 2 squad in the country. This is a tall task for GCU coming into this game, and you can tell that they have what it takes to compete against this top-tier squad. And GCU, again, tying it right back up. 2 goals from Ava Loeffler up to this point. Number 24, Layla Cates, scoring the other goal for GCU. versus UCSB that's split it 3 ways with Grace Emery, Brooke Ellis, and Kayla Carpenter. Here's the draw again underway. This time tipped up. UCSB going for it. Ground ball coming our way, to be honest, and GCU able to pick it right back up. Number 12, Samantha Klump, able to take
Loose
it back
ball
away.
But yep, right to UCSB. GCU played the perfect man ball right there, which is where one person picks up the man, one person picks up the rock, but unable to control it.
I'm a little scared to see what's going to... Oh, here's a centering pass. Firing! Bounce shot by number 23, Brooklyn Dow.
Well, nothing but bounce shots on the menu tonight out here in Tempe. Just on the grass field, sometimes you bounce those shots. You never know which direction they're going to bounce. Gets the goalie off guard, and that one was perfectly placed.
Brooklyn Dow says, kapow!
Yep.
4-3 score now here for UCSB.
It's funny, we were talking about the slow pace of the Gauchos, but it's been picking up pace recently. I mean, the slow pace of the Lopes. The Lopes have been controlling possessions, and then it seems like whenever they're able to find their goal, UCSB just goes right back and gets one almost instantly.
And, Jake, what do you think GCU really needs to do in order to capitalize and take the lead on UCSB in this one?
I mean, it's a little bit stereotypical, but it all starts on the defensive end. I mean, if you can slow down UCSB, it's going to be hard to stop them from scoring goals. I mean, this team averages 16 goals a game. Scoring goals is what they do.
Here's a deep move by Cates. You're absolutely right.
But yeah, so you just need to slow them down so they, like I said, so they have less opportunities to score. But obviously UCSB, they have the pedal to the metal right here. They're pushing this clear.
Here's Kayla Carpenter trying to center it, and a check in the back right in front of the crease. That might be a free penalty shot upcoming now for UCSB.
Yep.
We'll see if it is.
Oh, they're going to give it to her. Oh, yes.
And they'll pass it right back to the X. There's a pass along the top of the fan again. Number 28, Petra Kolizakowski with control now. 31, Kylie O'Connor with it. And UCSB taking their time here. Here's a dig move across the 8-meter line. Passing it back out towards the top of the fan. Back inside, centering pass. This shot goes wide for number 23 for UCSB, Brooklyn Deo.
Out of the X's, Megan Hales.
And GCU trying to play some tight defense is another check in the X zone. That was number 18 who went down, Amanda Grissom.
GCU trying to force a turnover here because UCSB incredibly skilled with the ball. So they're going to need to gain the possession off of a missed shot or hopefully forcing a turnover.
Back along the top of the fan is Enns. Eanes trying to move inside. Quick deke move. Great stick work. But back to the top of the fan.
She ducked under the check and avoided it and kept the ball.
Move it again, and that'll signal an end to the first period of play.
4-3 is your score. UC Santa Barbara up by only 1. And it's a tight matchup here. UCSB, again, 10-0. And GCU, they're in it.
GCU holding their own against the number 2 squad in the country. We'll see what's in store for us in just a few minutes as we'll come right back with some more action for the second quarter between both of these phenomenal squads on the Cactus Classic on South Mountain Sports on YouTube.
And we're back for the second quarter of action here.
In Tempe, Arizona. It's been an exciting one up to this point. UCSB leading 4-3 here in Tempe. And GCU holding their own. We talked a little bit about it before. We're back from our previous break. And opening draw for the second quarter is underway. GCU fighting for it, taking it away. That is number 3, Ava Loeffler. She's got 2 goals for this GCU squad. Trying to get things going is number 20, Breland Caffey. Loeffler again with it. Loeffler moving inside, quick deke move, overhead shot, able to get it in. Ava Loeffler with the golden sombrero. That's a hat trick on the day for Ava.
And again, a bounce shot. Nothing but bounce shots tonight. I mean, back to the basics here. Nothing crazy with the speed or velocity. Just straight off the ground and into the back of the net. It's beautiful.
We've had 6 goals in tonight's contest, all 6 of which
have
bounced off the ground. And as a former lacrosse player, was that like your skill shot by chance?
Oh yeah. I mean, coaches are always say, you know, when your rips aren't going, when you're ripping the ball as hard as you can, sometimes it's hard to aim. And classic, just throw it at the ground, hope it bounces somewhere right, and it'll go in. It's really simple, honestly.
And GCU able to take this draw away after a little bit of a scuffle. Again, Loeffler in control.
You want the ball to bounce like right at the goalie's feet so they don't know where it's going to pop up.
Would you say there were certain fields you knew when and not to play those bounce shots?
Oh, yeah. Turf fields, bounce shots aren't as effective. But when you're out here on a grass field, you know, there's little bumps, little bruises on the field. Sometimes you can bounce that ball and you'll have no clue where it's going to end up.
Did you ever try any of the underhand shots?
Oh, underhand? I mean, it's tough. Once you get dropping your stick low and ripping it is pretty tough. I'm not too much of a low to high expert.
There's
myself.
A centering pass blocked away. Oh my!
Yeah, the low rippers are definitely hard, but there's also a shot which is pretty common. It's called a worm burner. It's when you skim it across the top of the grass. Those are really effective.
See, in baseball, we would call those, that was the ground balls you would
yeah.
have to receive, especially playing first base. That was always the toughest play to make, was those worm burners, because they would kind of skid along.
It's the same exact movement of the ball, just throwing it out of your stick instead of off of a bat.
And Loeffler fumbles it, able to retain possession, falls to the ground. UCSB not able to get control again. And a check in the back. That was from number 28, Petra Kolozwowski, on number 15, Nicole Terry.
UCSB came out in the second quarter playing some physical defense. I just wonder if they're a little bit frustrated with their performance, and they're taking it out on the Lopes.
And apologies, that was number 5, Haley Osman, who took that check. This time she'll pass it to Nicole Terry.
Double teamed, loose ball.
Flicks
back
it back
out to the defense.
That was number 28, Samantha Osterhow. And here's a little move inside from Ava Loeffler, centering pass to Nicole Terry. She can't make much of it. This will get poked away, but it'll be awarded to UCSB.
The blind side doubles have been incredibly effective here for the UCSB defense. For those at home who are not sure what that term is, when the offensive player is running towards the goal and then turns their back to the defense, running away from the goal, that's when you send the double team. It's unexpected, and it's been catching the Lopes off guard.
And possibly we'll have a quick timeout to look over things real quick, and we'll be right back here on South Mountain Sports. Welcome back.
Coming out of the timeout, UCSB's ball on a... Oh, GCU's that ball, actually. So let's see what they were able to draw up in the timeout.
Sounds like possession was overturned in the quick review over there by the referees. So GCU will have possession. It's Tyron Ekron now with control, passing back over to Breland Caffey. Caffey centering it to Nicole Terry. Tried to go with another bounce shot, but just wasn't able to get it to go. And UCSB along the far side with it now. Triple team over there, and that was on number 24 for UCSB. That was Grace Emery trying to move it along the far end of the pitch. Pass along the near side of the fan, back to the top now to Ellis, back over to Schmella. Quick deke move there too by Carpenter, trying to get a centering pass. GCU doing a good job, not allowing any open lanes. Here's Eanes back to Ellis. Ellis now over to Brooklyn Dale. Ellis with control. UCSB just trying to control the tempo and control their own speed.
Been a great defensive possession here from GCU. Just not letting UCSB get into any of their sets that they've been trying to play tonight.
And here's a fast break run back to the top of the fan. That was Eanes will collect it. Trying to catch GCU off guard. Here's a bounce shot. Blocked away. Ground ball right in the middle of the crease. GCU able to poke it away.
Carpenter.
UCSB retains possession.
And there you go.
Fires it in.
And the first goal to not touch the grass all night from number 35, Haley Schmella with the goal there.
And Schmella just finally able to get that open lane. That was a great counter from UCSB. Rushing the 8-meter, finally finding an open teammate across the middle and firing away as Haley Schmella. They give UC Santa Barbara a 5-4 lead.
It's a little bit one of those defensive possessions that's a little bit tough because it was a loose ball picked up and you had the GCU players that were swarming the loose ball trying to get it, but then UCSB comes up with it and they had an immediate advantage and were able to turn around and convert.
Huge capitalization with a capital C for the Gachos.
UCSB players on the sideline are shivering right now, and it's about 60 degrees in Arizona. You would have thought it was sub 30.
I personally, as somebody who's not too fond of the heat in Arizona, this is perfect weather for me.
Oh, yeah.
The conditions are at an all-time high.
And, folks, my guy Kai is from Hawaii. He knows what perfect weather is. He knows what perfect weather is. So, I mean, if there's a guy to trust on your weather reports, it'd be Kai right here.
I need the tropical sea breeze
Yep.
to start blowing in as well. I'm glad it's not as hot either. And here's a great block there by GCU. Another block and picked up. But as somebody who has a couple of layers on, I do feel that this is the perfect weather condition for baseball. And spring training officially has started today as well, actually. Speaking of that.
Any outside sports in that Arizona winter/spring, it's going to be great weather. But this is the coldest day maybe in like 2 weeks. It was about 85 last week.
It was. It was starting to kind of hit that real spring weather. And here's a ground ball finally picked up from UCSB. But I completely agree. It was that spring weather. You could kind of feel it was starting to shift a little bit more. And then the temperatures just started dropping, which is something very uncommon for Arizona normally.
It truly sometimes feels like it just never stops heating up here.
It really does.
It was shocking when it started dropping.
I'm very nervous for mostly for May. I feel like that's the nerve-wracking part of the year. Here's a centering pass, fired just wide.
Carpenter frustrated she missed that one. Tried another bounce shot. Threw it right at the feet of the goalie. Just bounced it too far to the left.
And if we had those little monitors where we could draw and show you, the entire left side of the goal there was free for Kayla Carpenter, just not able to keep the shot in between the sticks. And here's a quick move inside, firing away, and blocked away by GCU.
UCSB called for the ISO there for their star player and unable to convert.
Quick blocked, but handling it now is number 12.
Ooh, pass goes out of bounds, right back to the Gauchos.
And UCSB handling it on the far end of the pitch, moving along the top of the fan now, rotating. It's been a hard-fought battle for GCU again up to this point. The 4 score reflects this. Here's a quick pass over to number 31, Kylie O'Connor. Trying to move on the inside. Throws it, finds the back of the net. And Kylie O'Connor just decided to put it up and let it fly.
With the offhand, the left-hand goal there. Perfect placement there, right by the goalie's hip. Into the back of the net.
Would you say that is one of the harder goals to make from the opposite side? From the opposite grip, I should say.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you always work on it. But no one's offhand is ever as good as their strong hand. I mean, that's why they call it the offhand. But your dominant hand, I mean, your less dominant hand is never nearly as confident as your dominant hand. It's a little bit confusing. But, so yeah, when you get, especially as a player, when you get the offhanded goal to go, like, then you just kind of feel like the goal is wide open. Like, when your stuff that's not normally going for you starts going in, then you're going to feel good about yourself and the game that you've been playing.
So the largest goal of the night, the largest lead of the night,
is
by UCS.
We can't hear each other.
And the largest goal of the night by UCSB, the largest lead, 6-4 is the score.
Attacking quickly on the clear is Grace Rodriguez. She's still got the rock.
Rodriguez almost went all the way to the crease with it, until finally giving it back up. And that's one big thing, too, we haven't really touched on tonight, but the communication from UCSB has been here the entirety of the night. Here's a centering pass, ground ball, GCU fighting for it. UCSB picks it back up. O'Connor fumbling around with it, can't get it. And here's a pass back out to Ellis, rotating behind the back of the screen, throws it overhand and blocked away.
Kai, you were just talking about the communication. Communication is the #1 thing taught in all levels of lacrosse. Your coaches are always harping on the communication. If you have a bad defensive possession, you're going to get back in the huddle, and coach is going to say, guys, we need to talk more. So GCU talking is definitely keeping them in this game right now. But we have an 8-meter shot right now.
Free position pass. Ellis, bounce shot, blocked away by Milky. Here's another centering pass. Top, over the hand, and it's good. Number 17, Kate Carvalho.
Perfect quick action there. Quick rebound off of the unsuccessful bounce shot, which is a rare term, unsuccessful bounce shot.
Especially in this one.
Yes. And able to pick it up right in front of the crease, and it's 7-4, and you're starting to think, maybe UCSB's got this one under their hands, but we'll see.
And a 7-4 score for UCSB, a 3-goal lead, the largest of the night. And UC Santa Barbara just continuing to capitalize right now on the Antelopes. And here's the draw. UC Santa Barbara fighting for it, but GCU's trying to keep it away, but Kylie O'Connor takes it.
O'Connor loses it.
Another fumble. Everybody's going after it. Finally, UC Santa Barbara is able to take control. Here's a pass towards the center, overhand shot, but
that was
recovered.
Risky. Passing it to your goalie instead of leaving it on the ground. You never know what's going to happen, but luckily the keeper caught that one.
Especially from such a short distance.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Here's a great pass, ground ball, and movement again from number 4, Chloe Zender. Here's another pass, deflected away. Here's a ball coming right towards me. I'm not going to touch it, but it rolls away.
GCU's going to control this clear right here.
And we'll see if they throw it over the camera. That would be an interesting one. And here's Nicole Terry with the throw.
And a reminder, there is no time to advance the ball in women's lacrosse here at the club level. So you can really take your time and try to set up a clear. Unsuccessful clear there, though, for the Lopes.
And here come the Gachos trying to move inside. Quick little deke move, all for a night. Checking the back. Can't find a centering pass, so back to the top of the fan with it now is Ellis. Ellis moving along the inside. Still can't find any fellow teammates. Here's a centering pass. Kylie O'Connor rips it towards the left side. And O'Connor gets another goal.
The drive right there by, I believe that was Carpenter on the drive. Then she pulled it out. Because she had made so many defenders slide to her direction, they were all looking at the ball. They weren't looking at the cut going right behind them.
And that's now 8-4 for UC Santa Barbara. And we talked about what GCU needs to really take advantage in this game, but UC Santa Barbara, what's some of the things you've seen so far from this UCSB squad that have really stood out to you?
Oh, I mean, they just haven't been, I would say, they haven't been ruffled by GCU's attempts to slow them down. UCSB, first quarter was a little rocky. Second quarter, they're just getting into their own game. But we got a quick clear and a BTB attempt.
Oh, my goodness.
Unsuccessful. Almost thought she could have just gone overhand with it. I thought she went for the style points.
That was Layla Gates, who almost put on one of the craziest plays of the night. Here's a bounce shot. Can't get it to go. And that behind-the-back shot was a risky one. And it almost went in. That would have been a highlight play of the whole tourney.
Oh, yeah. Rodriguez over to Dow. Dow's going to lose it. Ground ball scrum here. Sticks on the ground. We got eye gear on the ground. It's a physical matchup tonight. Flings the pass over to 24. Emery down to Carpenter.
And the sun's starting to set here in Tempe. And we mentioned we thought it was a little chilly before. Might get even a little colder. Here's Kylie O'Connor again towards the top of the fan. She'll find Eanes over to her left side. Another pass right back over to number 17, Amanda, Keat Carvillo. Here's movement on the inside, ripping it and firing away.
That was beautiful right there. Number 17, Carvalho with the assist. She was behind goal line extended there, and UCSB just set a bunch of screens and cuts right in front of the goal, and they found an opening.
And that's a great shot, too, from number 24, Grace Emery, her second of the day for the Gachos. And there's been one consistency for this UC Santa Barbara squad. It's been the ability to pass all around the field. So far, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individual players with goals.
Spreading the love around, the Gauchos are. And it's 9-4. So UCSB quickly taking control of this one after a rocky first quarter.
And UCSB and GCU originally tied 4-4 early on in this period of play. And UCSB has just done a phenomenal job at flipping the game on the back of its head. And the script has just been flipped.
Very rapidly, too.
And here's movement again from Carvalho Tries to get a centering shot, not able to do so. She'll pass it away. Movement again towards the center, rotating behind the back of the X. With it now is number 24, Grace Emery. Emery back to Eanes.
Setting up the dodge.
Eanes moving it now. Finds a lane. Over the head shot. Eanes rips it, and it's good.
And double digits for the Gauchos now. It's 10-4. Absolute assault here from UCSB in the second quarter. And they had a 2-point lead after the first quarter, 6-4.
And the offensive onslaught just continues for this UCSB squad.
Starting to think maybe those GCU defenders are getting a little bit tired because, folks, GCU has 4 defenders on their roster, and that's how many are on the field at one time. But they're going to actually make a substitution here. Let's see who's coming in for the defense. Number 3, Mia Loeffler. That's a midfield playing primarily defense, but midfielders do play half the time on the defensive side of the ball, so we'll see if that adjustment can help out the Lopes here.
And Loeffler, the same midfielder who scored 3 of the 4 goals for this GCU squad.
Yeah, she leads the midfield line in goals and also has 20 draw wins on the season.
Speaking of draws, here's the upcoming one. GCU takes it away and a huge hit stick.
Huge hit. I hope she's okay.
And hopefully everything's okay. That was a huge hit.
Oh, she's getting right up.
Number 34, Emma Ratjan.
Took it like a champ. She wants to take another draw.
And Kavy stands to her feet strong.
She's ready to play some defense. Or play some offense, I should say. She's got the rock and she's ready. Wow.
And there's the grit and determination that you just see from athletes, and right there especially too from Caffey. UCSB takes it right back.
Here we go, fast break.
Ground ball. GCU trying to pick it right back up. Quick scrum for it. And they'll say GCU gets to pick it right back up. UCSB to create some distance for the free possessions.
We're going to have a green card on number 21.
That's Megan Hales.
Megan Hales. So it's going to be a 1-minute penalty, releasable penalty, that is. Only non-releasable penalties in Women's Club Lacrosse are the 5 minutes. And
here's another huge check there from Eanes on to number 27.
And another green card.
Say that's on Kayla Carpenter, one of the top attackers for this UCSB squad.
The Gauchos have 3 players in the penalty box right now.
And a huge advantage for GCU and a potential opportunity to capitalize. Centering pass on the inside.
Oh, she loses
just
it.
out of the net. And GCU fighting for it, and UCSB takes it right back. Ground ball again, but awarded back to UCSB.
And if you're GCU, you want to get the ball back as quick as possible because you have an immense advantage on the offensive end. You got to get the ball back before those 1-minute penalties run out. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to double over here in this corner, I believe.
And UCSB just trying to waste some time.
Yep.
To allow their players to get out of the penalty box and then capitalize on this possession. And 5 defensemen fighting for it.
And we got ref's going to stop the play here. Not too sure what the call is. And we have the air horn going off. I'm not too sure.
There's a lot of confusion on the field right now. Nobody is too sure as to what is happening.
And I believe the clock's running during all of this.
I believe so as well. And there's
so that means the penalties are running
Here's
too.
a ground ball opportunity. The air horn is blown. And that'll signal an end to this first half.
And we're going to go into the half in a confusing fashion, but the Gauchos are up 10-4. Did not let the Lopes score a single goal in that second period.
And we'll be right back after a few short messages here on South Mountain Sports. We'll have more action of the Cactus Classic between the Gauchos and the Antelopes coming up in just a few minutes from now.
All right, we're back in action, folks, for the second half here in the Tempe practice fields. Sun's going down, temperatures dropping. The Gauchos bench has donned a few hoodies over there, some of them jumping around to stay warm.
And the energy is still as high as always here in Tempe. The Cactus Classic, the second half, underway. Kai Gengabus, Jack, Simon next to me. It's been a fun one so far. UCSB took a quick lead over in the second quarter of this matchup and lead 10-4. GCU on their heels trying to make a run and push back a little bit on the Gauchos.
Ooh, a long pass to a cutter inside gets picked off by Gabriella Hogan. Haven't said her name yet tonight. Nice play from number 20.
Handling it now is number 24, Grace Emery on the near side. Being pressed upon by Nicole Terry. She'll dish this one away, and back towards midfield we go. Advancements made now from UCSB's number 15. That's Gracie Rodriguez. Here's Ellis now, passing it back to fellow teammates over on the near side. Here's moving inside. Overhand shot finds the back right pocket. And that's number 2, Kayla Carpenter.
UCSB has actually switched back to the in-the-air shots. They've kind of cut down on the bounce shots. They've just been putting them right in the back of the net. I think they realize that maybe the quicker ones are a little bit harder to stop. Stick check there. It's legal. Goal's good.
And UC Santa Barbara extends their lead to 7. 11-4 now is the score. And currently 3 players on UCSB squad that are all eyeing a hat trick, all of which are Kylie O'Connor, Grace Emery, and now Kayla Carpenter. 2 or 3 of which are attackers, one of them being midfielders, and that's Kylie O'Connor, who's done a great job just capitalizing on open opportunities in the 8-meter lines.
So we have 11 goals in how many different players?
11 goals from, I believe, about 6 or 7 different players.
That's great. That's great team ball right there. Oh, and the pass.
And it sneaks in. Oh, my goodness. That's number 10, Jackie Eanes, who picks up probably one of the most improbable goals of the night.
And how many goals does she have tonight?
That's her second.
Her second.
So now we have 4 players eyeing hat tricks.
And that's going to put Jackie into 30 goals on the season. She's their leader in points and also the leader in takeaways. She does it all for the Gauchos.
And I think that's something that just stands out about the Gauchos is that this is a squad that just knows how to move the ball around. And that's been a constant in tonight's game. Again, we've seen so many different players have so many different opportunities to capitalize, and most of which have. That's a reason why the standout score is 12-4. And here's the draw now. GCU trying to take it away. Ellis now with control, and GCU picks it right back up. Advancing 3-on-2 opportunity, but UCSB back to fill up all the holes. GCU advancing now over on the far side of the fan. Kirsten Roberts being double teamed on the far side. Ball falls down. UCSB gets it right back up, passing it to their goalkeeper, Joss Thomas.
And UCSB up by 8, but they are not letting off the pressure. They're going to keep causing turnovers, causing havoc, and picking up the pace here on this clear.
Here's a centering pass, this time just over the sticks, and this will roll away. Ball will be awarded to GCU.
The look was there, just passed too high for the receiver here, and GCU's right back on the clear.
And Grand Canyon University really trying to create some pushback here.
Loose ball. Still controlled by the Lopes.
Ground ball now, finally taken back by UCSB. And picked away by Nicole Terry. Oh, my goodness.
That was a great lurk right there.
A leaping effort from Nicole Terry.
Ooh, and number 28, Petra Kozakowski is going to get hit in the head. Gaucho's ball.
And Nicole Terry, what an effort. UCSB, of course, able to get the ball back, but nonetheless, a great interception. Handling it now is number 5 for UCSB, Sophia Staggs into the game. Here's a pass towards the back of the top of the fan. 23, Brooklyn Deo with control. She'll pass it back over to Eanes. Eanes now centering it. Here's an opportunity. Over the head shot towards the back right pocket. Kayla Carpenter with the golden sombrero. That's a hat trick.
Absolute onslaught in the second and third quarters here from the UCSB offense. Defense not having to do much work now.
And UCSB just continuing to fire away. And Santa Barbara extends the lead again to 13-4. I promise it's 13-4. There we go.
Maybe the scorekeepers should listen to our broadcast so they can catch up a little quicker. They can put the goals up there a little quicker.
I think what would really be beneficial is if there was a digital scoreboard.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to everyone at home listening to the game, friends and family of the players, friends and family of the broadcasters. I know my family's out there listening.
Same here. Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Uh-huh.
Thank you to the random people as well who just enjoy
Yes.
Women's Club Lacrosse. We appreciate all of you, especially at the Cactus Classic. We have a lot of action as well tomorrow, so don't forget to tune in for that as well, and especially after this game as well. And here's another centering pass from UCSB. Ground ball. Trying to fight for it is GCU, not able to retain possession. UCSB
bringing the pressure, but that's going to be a, not sure what the call was, but a ball is rewarded right back to UCSB. Attacking, left side, behind X, into the middle, shot far and wide, but possession goes to the Gauchos.
Far and wide. Here's the pass in.
We have a guy holding a camera directly behind the goal. Let's hope he doesn't get hit by any shots here.
Not too sure who the bystander is, but scary place to be. Here's Eanes, centering pass, rips it, fires away. Number 24, Gracie Emery's got a hat trick.
2 hat tricks for the Gauchos.
And Emery just kicks in the door.
$14-4, a 10-point lead for the Gauchos. Just not stopping. GCU I think the big thing in that first quarter was they were able to control the possessions. They were getting the ball over the midfield line, and they were controlling the ball. But the Gauchos here, they've been winning the 50-50 balls in the second and third quarters. They've been winning the ground balls. They've been winning the draws. And so the ball's just been in their sticks. And too many opportunities to not convert on the goals here.
We have another draw upcoming. Beautiful Tempe skyline as we got pink and cotton candy skies all the way around us. Handling its number 12, Samantha Klump. And this time a missed pass off rip. Gracie Emery trying to pick it back up one-on-one towards the back of the net. And finally GCU tries to recover, but they can't do so. And UCSB will pick it right back up in some dangerous territory. Quick substitution now. We'd like to thank everybody as well for helping out with today's events.
Yeah,
Pierce Gordon, our
Pierce.
cameraman.
Doing a great job.
Mr. Smooth Operator.
He'll be on the mic, too, this week, though.
Actually, Pierce will be on mic in the previous game where Utah takes on Georgia. And here's a centering pass. Rips it, Gayla Carpenter. Oh, my goodness.
How many is that for her?
That's a 4x4.
And you know what you call that in the sport of lacrosse? That's a good old Texas hat trick.
I think the better term for a phrase is an Arizona hat trick now.
Yes. I believe the term Texas hat trick comes from the idea that everything's bigger in Texas. So normal hat trick's 3. Texas, everything's bigger. So you need 4 for a Texas hat trick.
I would see if I heard that, I would assume double. I would assume it'd be like 6 for that type of comparison to be made. But I see where it comes from.
Yep. I don't think there's any term for a 5 or a 6. Pretty uncommon to score that many.
What
goals.
about a 7?
I don't know.
So now UCSB continues to just impose their will on GCU, and now this UCSB squad just continues to capitalize and gets back on top. Still 2 players on this UCSB squad eyeing hat tricks right now, and that's currently Kylie O'Connor and none other than Jackie Eanes. And UCSB picks it right back up.
Controlled by Sophie Chin.
Couple of moves. Kylie O'Connor with a hat trick opportunity, and it just goes wide, the pass. It'll roll out of bounds, and GCU will pick it back up. Grand Canyon looking to score. And the Lopes been out of the score column for far too long. Almost 2 consecutive quarters now without a goal. GCU being triple teamed in the backfield. Moving it back forward. Great cut there by number 12 for the Lopes. That's Samantha Klump. This time it gets poked out. UCSB trying to pick it back up. Kicked away. Everybody's fighting for it, picking it back up, and in the middle of a double team comes running out number 34, Emma Raftgen. Here's a shot opportunity. Bounce shot it in. Oh, my goodness.
There you go. Controlling the ground ball. Running right down the field. Great goal right there.
Emma Raftgen picking up her first goal of the night.
The defensive player with the goal going coast to coast. Always love that when your defensive player scores a goal, just brings some life into
and
your
that
team.
is now 9 separate players for UCSB with goals.
Yep, and this is, I believe, a 10. No doubt, it's a 10-0 run for the Gauchos. 10-0. It was 6-4 following. I think in the beginning of the second quarter, it was 6-4. Just a beautiful, beautiful sunset tonight. Maybe at the next break, my guy Pierce can pan it over and show the folks at home. Hopefully it doesn't go away too quickly.
And here's the draw. On its way, UCSB will pick it up. And Pierce will go from behind the camera to in front of the camera in Utah versus Georgia. Kylie O'Connor bounce shot it. That's a hat trick.
With the little jab step hesitation, gets right by the defender. And we're going to get a look at that beautiful sunset. Oh, that is incredible.
That is beautiful. Incredible. No other sunset is better than the ones you will see in Arizona. I know some Midwesterners will try to debate me on that, but we promise the Arizona skies are always amazing.
So 17-4 is your score for the Gauchos. Officially over their season average of 16 a game.
And this has been an incredible display of athleticism for UCSB.
It truly does not seem like GCU has gotten the ball at their half of the field in this third quarter. It's been a while.
And GCU still scoreless since the first period of play.
Ball bounces UCSB's way yet again.
And rotating right in front of us, 3 defenders.
Through the triple team, she's going to get the call.
That was Emma Raftgen moving forward with it. quick pass. Back over, centering pass opportunity. Fires blocked away by Milky.
Good save there by Milky. Hopefully they can get this clear into their own half. Get some offense going. Calling for the ball is number 4. This is Chloe Zender.
Zender now moving forward with it. She'll pass it right back over to none other than Mia Steins. Steins moving up with it. Ground ball poked away. UCSB fighting for it. And not able to take it away just yet. GCU still fighting for it. UCSB takes it away on the far side. Out of bounds. GCU possession. And this might be the furthest we've seen GCU go down the field since, I believe, the very start of this period. And this is sticked away. UCSB will poke it away, and they get possession right back. This time, fumbled, lost possession, and a collision right at midfield.
UCSB has been absolutely swarming on the defensive end. I think they have a lot of trust in their back line, their back 4 defenders. So on these clears, they have been double teaming, occasionally triple teaming whoever has the ball, and just getting the forced turnovers right away.
And the Gachos with possession. And again, we mentioned this earlier, a very physical game between both teams here up to this point. And we've seen a lot of excitement and enthusiasm between both of these squads. Here's Kylie O'Connor now trying to move forward with it. She'll dish it right back over to Petra. Petra trying to center it. Doesn't have anyone open in front of her. She'll dish it right back over to behind the X. Rotations, quick pass back. Petra with control.
Little flip over there to Petra.
She's moving around the front
X.
of the cross. Towards the top of the fan again. Handling it now. Moving, advancing, shot, overhand, blocked by Milky. That was a great opportunity here for number 27, Delaney Hubbard. Ball's poked away right in front of us. Careful, cameraman.
Stepped out of bounds. She wasn't too aware of the line she was playing. It goes right to GCU.
And Pierce very lucky to dodge out of the way. And here's GCU now advancing.
Little split dodge.
GCU fumbles the pass opportunity, and UCSB will take it back the other way. Handling its number 8, Sophia Chin. She'll try to go coast to coast with it.
Chin's got a 2-on-4 break, but
she'll advance, sneaking, and doesn't have any open teammates as it'll come out eventually.
Oh,
a couple of high checks in the back.
Yep, we're gonna get a call here from the ref. See if it's a card. Yep.
Yellow card over there.
2-minute releasable penalty.
And I believe that was on number 4. That was Chloe Zender.
Yep. So, man-up scenario here for the Gauchos.
And here's the Gauchos now moving it forward. Centering pass. Here's the shot. Bounced it in. What a goal by number 21, Megan Hales. Her first of the night.
Everything.
And that is now the 10th different player for this UCSB squad to capitalize.
Wow. Everything just going in for the Gauchos. Bounce shots, high shots, everything. And everybody's eating for this team. Like Kai just said, 10 different players scoring 18 total goals. Scorekeepers still a little lacking. That's okay. 18-4 is the score. Ref's gonna run over. Make sure to put that one on the board.
You're absolutely right. 18 slices to this pizza for UCSB. And now I think the bigger question on everyone's mind is who is the next person to capitalize for this Santa Barbara squad? This time it's up and away. UCSB trying to retain possession. GSU comes away off the draw. Moving forward with it now.
Get a confidence booster here.
Deep to the left. Underhit shot, able to get it. What a shot by number 20, Breland Caffey. She's been looking for that one.
Beautiful roll dodge there right in front of the crease. Working it to her left side. Couldn't find the space. Rolled back to her right. Flung it right into the back of the net.
And that might be one of the best shots tonight.
Great one-on-one dodge right there. And they're going to sub out the offense, the attack line here, I mean. And we're going to get another draw. So 17-5? Did they not count that most recent goal? Maybe. I thought it was 18.
We go by what the scorekeepers tell us.
We'll trust our guys over there, I guess.
Trust your guys in the booth. And UCSB this time poked away. However, GCU still fighting for possession on the near side. Dished right back over towards midfield. Handling it for GCU, or for UCSB's number 25, Claire Tim. This time poked away right at the front of the crease. Everybody's fighting for it. Steamrolling.
Bodies flying everywhere. Physical matchup. And GCU is awarded with the rock.
And it seems that Big X the Plug has made an appearance.
Other teams here getting warmed up for the matchup here on Field B here at the Cactus Classic.
And here's Cates now on the near side. Centering pass, this time floated and poked away. That'll signal an end to the quarter.
So 17-5 after the third quarter. That was UCSB been on an 11-1 run.
And a lot of success for this UCSB squad.
We'll be right back after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Tempe, Arizona. The final quarter of this matchup in the Cactus Classic between the GCU Antelopes and UC Santa Barbara, a.k.a. the Gachos. It's 18-5 so far in this one.
The sun has pretty much set, and the stadium lights are warming up, and the temperature is dropping, that's for sure.
And here's UCSB trying to advance. Not too much cooling for them in this scenario. Along the back of the X now. Still advancing is UCSB's number 7, Clara Davis. Moving forward is Kylie O'Connor. Can't find an open teammate. Finally does. Centering pass over the top. Milky with a save.
Good stop there from the keeper.
Bang, bang, what a save.
O'Connor's probably the tallest player out here on the field, so she had some good vision and was able to find that pass inside, but her teammate made a good play, just goalie made a great save.
And here comes UC Santa Barbara advancing now. Still handling things along the top of the fan. No advancements, though.
Here we go. We have an 8-meter here for the Gauchos. Gonna pull it back out. Attack again. Nothing there. Working it around X.
Wraparound shot and poked away. Couple of people starting to bring in some food now from outside. Starting to settle around 6:32 here in Tempe. You know, we mentioned it before. We talk a lot about the Tempe campus's food courts, but the ones in downtown Phoenix seem to be some of the more favorite ones for people like you and I.
Oh, yeah. It seems to be a little bit of a debate around here. I mean, people hate on Gordon
Centering
Commons.
shot fired over the top.
I don't mind Gordon Commons Dining Hall. You know, it's got everything you need.
I would be willing to say I would make the trek as a Tempe person down to downtown Phoenix just for the Gordon Commons Dining Hall.
I'm not too sure about that. I'm actually a Barrett student. I've checked out the Barrett Dining Hall down
in
here in
Tempe.
The Honors exclusive. Honestly, it's not too much It's not too much to write home about. Honestly,
I think the one in Tempe is pretty snazzy.
Yeah.
But the one in downtown Phoenix, the Gordon Commons Dining Hall, is surely a delight for many Arizona State downtown Phoenix
It gets
students.
the job done, that's for sure.
Apples and oranges is the comparison that we typically make.
Great takeaway there, but controlled by the Gauchos, and I think we're going to have an injury timeout.
Another big collision at the top of the fan between Kylie O'Connor and one of the GCU players who is down right now. We'll be right back after this.
So, able to walk off under her own power there. That's a good sight to see for the GCU fans at home.
And it's been a thriller at the Cactus Classic, and we're glad.
A lot of scoring, a lot of physical action here. Which is, I like that even though the Gauchos are ahead by a lot, I like that both teams are still bringing the intensity. They're still fighting hard because they love lacrosse, they love playing this sport, and they're here, they're making the most of it.
The energy is always high. You have to keep up that mentality in order to win games, and that's where some of the biggest comebacks happen. You never know in the sport of lacrosse, or any sport for that matter, how it is really going to end until the final buzzer, or in this case, the final air horn.
Oh yeah, Lacrosse is so energetic. A lot of the game is built outside of just the skills. It's the intensity, it's the energy.
And the ball will go out of bounds right near us.
My old lacrosse coach, Coach Frank, used to always say the ball rewards energy. So if you play hard, you talk a lot on defense, the ball is going to find you, and your team's going to benefit.
I like that. I really like that. It's a good saying.
Shout out Coach Frank.
My baseball coach was a little bit meaner than that, but we'll get into the specifics.
Maybe a few lacrosse knowers might know him, actually. Frank Resiteritz, a finalist for the Torton Award back when he played collegiate lacrosse. The Torton, the most prestigious award in all of college lacrosse, equivalent to the Heisman in college football.
That is very interesting. I did not know that your former head coach was a finalist.
Not many people would, but very prestigious award. Lopes hoping to get into some sort of set so they can get a nice goal here and go home without their heads too low.
And here's a quick deke move, centering opportunity.
Little flip pass, underhand.
Still nothing too much going for GC right now.
Caffey's going to attack and throw a pass outside. Loose ball recovered by Terry.
Great pass opportunity over there to Cactus. Not able to hold on to it, however. And again, GCU just really trying to control the tempo and move at their own pace.
Here we go. Little sidearm ripper. Beautiful goal there. Haven't seen a lot of those on the run kind of shots today. A lot of stuff right in front of the doorstep, but great dodge there across the top, right down the right side. Gets the goal to go.
That's a great opportunity right there for Grand Canyon University. Able to score and continue to cut down this deficit, 17-6. Well, the real score of the game, however, is 18-6. But clearly, some of the things here do not reflect it.
It's all good. Going to set up the draw with two players on one side of the circle. So the Gauchos definitely looking to control this and get downhill.
Quick scrum for it here at midfield. And GCU able to take control and continuing to advance. And GCU only in need of 12 goals to come back. A tall task ahead. Here's an opportunity here from GCU. Rips it, fires, got it to go. Ava Loeffler with her fourth.
Gotta love the GCU crowd. They're loud. Over here on the sideline, cheering for their team right here.
And GCU fighting their way back.
They're fighting their way back for sure. Not putting their heads down and bowing out. Gotta love that.
And like we said, you never know what's going to happen. GCU playing with that energy that you talked about before.
Yep. Spirited lacrosse right here from GCU. No matter the score, no matter how many players are on their sideline, they're giving their all here.
(18-7) is the score here as the lacrosse ball goes flying behind us, but not the one in the game. And a couple steps back, and the draw is underway. UCSB deflecting this one away. Here's Enns with control of it now, marching down to GCU's side.
UCSB likely here going to take their time and get into some sort of play, draw something up so they can work on some plays that we might be seeing later this weekend.
UCSB trying to advance. Here's a move, cut and cross the center. Ground ball, fighting for it is UCSB, and they're able to take control. UCSB at the top of the fan, handling it now as ends. Trying to move inside, fires it away, and Eanes from about 10 meters out, able to snipe the back left corner.
Great shot there.
And that is now Eanes' third goal, setting her up for a hat trick. So now three players on this UCSB squad with hat tricks to them tonight. Apologies, make that 4 players now.
That's incredible. High-level goal scoring here from UCSB. I mean, there's a reason they're number 2 in the coaches poll. There's a reason they're 10-0. And also, to have 10 games already under your belt is a lot. The Lopes only played 5, and UCSB, they already have 10 games as a crew. So you got to also take that into account as an advantage for, you know, new freshmen on the team, seniors moving out. And when you have 10 games under your belt together versus only 5, you're going to have better chemistry, better cohesion with your teammates. You're just going to know where your teammates are at all times versus only 5 games.
And that has shown tonight time and time again for this UCSB squad. Here's Kayla Carpenter advancing.
I thought she had a shot, but they're going to elect to pull it out here and try to attack it. She's right in front. Oh, she's not even looking at the goal.
Someone falls down in front of the crease, moving it back and forth. And UCSB wouldn't mind it too much, wasting some time.
For sure.
Here's Eanes again.
No need to rush anything here. Take your time and get a nice fundamentally sound goal here. A lot of cutters being sent there towards the crease.
Here's Eanes again, moving up with it on the far side of the fan. Pushing forward now, rotating around the back of the X. Handling it, moving forward. Fake shot. Here's the actual shot. It's a bounce shot from number 16, Hannah Buchanan.
That was a nice move with the pump fake. Got one defender to fly by. Made a man miss. That's all you need. Got the advantage. Put it in the back of the net.
And Hannah Buchanan fires the cannon.
Yep,
Her
I
first
like that.
Goal of the night, and the 11th separate UCSB player now to contribute to the score total. So now 20 total goals for UCSB.
Wow.
We apologize. We know it says 19, but our statisticians over here, a.k.a. Pierce Gordon, the one telling us the 20-7 score. And here's the draw. Whistle blown, on its way. GCU fighting for it and still fighting for it. And UCSB's Eanes will take it away. Time poked away. And GCU will be awarded possession. And advancing with it now is GCU's number 9. That's Lily Houston.
Ready to call it. It's going to stay GCU's ball.
And you can tell a little bit of confusion as other air horns are sounding on separate fields. And understandable and out of bounds.
I'm telling you, you have never played a lacrosse tournament unless you have stopped because of a whistle on another field. That's just built into every lacrosse tournament. Stopping from a whistle or an air horn from the other field. Every time. It always happens. And then everyone looks around, and then they just keep running.
See, that was the nice thing about baseball tournaments. You never had to really hear for anything.
Yeah.
It was more or less looking at your coaches for signs. And if you missed them, obviously it was bad.
See, here we go. Even the refs getting caught up in the tournament style. He believed that his co-ref had blew the whistle, but it was from another field.
Exactly. And that the exact confusion we are talking about confused the referee.
Hey, the refs are human too, guys.
And the referees are doing a great job tonight.
But yes, they're making a great job tonight. I just meant that they were making a mistake in that sense. Always love the referees.
Of course.
Especially lacrosse, such a fast-paced game. It's difficult to keep track.
And here's an advancement now from UCSB. Bounce shot, and it's wide. Just a bit outside. That'll roll
all
away.
All the way to the fence.
And I don't really think that ball could have gone any further unless it went outside of the gate.
So time likely winding down here in this game. UCSB coming away with the victory. Currently 20-7, just absolutely dominated 3 of the 4 quarters this game. It was a 2-point score after 1. Had a lot of ties in that first quarter, but Gauchos were able to come away with it, as that is why they are the #2 team in the country.
Carpenter to Eanes. Eanes now cutting to the right, centering pass goes wide. GCU now trying to fight for it, but UCSB able to pick it right back up. And this one gets fired away. Handling it now is Eanes again, top of the fan. Trying to cut right. She's in a 2-on-1 scenario. Ripped it, but able to walk away with it is Tristan Milkey. And now GCU advancing. And like you mentioned before, time most likely winding down.
Yeah, we see the other games on the other fields beginning to wrap up. I do believe that we might have a little bit of added time because we've had a few injuries. Luckily, nothing too serious. We've seen all the players walk off on their own power, but it's been a physical matchup like we've previously stated.
Exactly, and we'll see a quick yellow card there from Allie Brubaker. GCU continuing to advance, and this pass will go wide into the stands, and hopefully everybody's okay down there.
Also, another storyline we haven't talked about in a hot minute was the lack of their #1 attackman for the Gauchos. Seemed to be no problem for them tonight, and that's going to wrap up. Final score, 20-7.
Exactly, and GCU, the Antelopes, aren't able to lock things down in Tempe, Arizona. UC Santa Barbara will take the first game on Field B here in Tempe. UC Santa Barbara again, final score 20 to Grand Canyon 7. The Lopes no longer have their antlers. UCSB, great game tonight, and like you mentioned before, Jack, without their top goal getter.
Yep. Did not impact them as they had a player with the good old Texas hat trick. Don't get to use that term too much, so.
Ava Loeffler for Grand Canyon had one of her own as well, and this has been a very exciting contest as both teams will line up for the final handshake. That'll be a wrap on the first game on Field B of the Cactus Classic here on South Mountain Sports. Kai Gengabus join alongside me, Jack Simon. It has been a phenomenal matchup. It was a phenomenal game, but UC Santa Barbara and the Gauchos take it away. We'll be back with more in just a couple minutes from now with Kai Gengabus, Pierce Gordon, and Tanner Buck as our camera operator. And thank you for watching.
Have a good night.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Tempe, Arizona. Kai Gengabus, joined alongside me, Pierce Gordon, on South Mountain Sports. We have a little bit of a revenge game here for anybody who's unaware. Pierce will fill you in just a second between Georgia and Utah.
Yeah, great game on deck here between Georgia and Utah. Utah getting knocked out of the semifinals by Georgia last year. And quote from the head coach here, quote, beat them, end quote. Great thought.
Lee Corsetti out for revenge against Natalia Scott, the head coach for Georgia. And we'll see what's to transpire here in the second matchup on Field B of the Cactus Classic. The Bulldogs taking on the Utes.
And of course, Utah, 13 freshmen. So a very young team. This will be their first club lacrosse game. Played a few NCAA teams. So really looking to see how those freshmen fare in some equal competition.
Exactly, about 49% of the team made up of pure freshmen. 14 returners is the rest for Utah. And Utah has Georgia a little bit outmanned when it comes to team power as a whole. About 3 or 4 more core players on the roster besides Georgia.
I think it's about six.
Six
More on the roster here. So a bit of a deeper bench, as you can see behind you there. Utah in the red, Georgia in the white. That does need to be stated.
Yes,
For
agreed.
both teams being red with their primary color. And just waiting on the officials here as they're convening on the scores table right now.
And I'm pretty sure that these jerseys, the kits that both squads are rocking tonight, this is Utah's alternate team uniform, and the whites are the regular aways for Georgia.
Yeah, and I mean, on timing here, I always loved way back when.
Back in the day.
Back in the day, being the last game of the tournament, it was always iffy. You either love it or hate it, and you're in the middle here, but not too late, sitting at 7:20, a chilly, about to get down to 50 degrees here in Tempe. So people with the jackets and puffers on as we're set in the draw circle.
And everything about to get underway here in just a few seconds. Ball placed. Referee gets ready to take a step back. Needs to make sure the sticks are angled correctly. Whistle blown. It's up. And Georgia able to pick things up immediately. It's number 20, Kay Page for Georgia. Moving now is number 18 for the Bulldogs. That's Mia Pisani. And at the top of the fan is Avery Finley.
And for those who watched the first broadcast on this field earlier today, expect a lot faster pace of play here.
Both these teams very deep into their own seasons. Here's a bounce shot opportunity. Georgia gets on the board first after Kay Page, one of the main attackers for this Bulldogs squad, capitalizes.
Yeah, number 20, Kay Page, like you mentioned, the attack just getting top side and burying that in the far corner.
Beautiful execution, and Georgia gets out to a fast start. And Pierce, I'm glad you're joining us down here over in the booth. You were on the camera for the past game where UC Santa Barbara took down GCU.
Yeah, UC Santa Barbara, second in the country, and really showed why in the dominating 20-goal performance. I don't think we'll see 20 here tonight, but could be wrong.
Very plausible. We'll all have to see. And handling the camera duties for this game is none other than Tanner Buck, possibly the oldest broadcaster at Arizona State University at a ripe age of 25. We all joke. Georgia now advancing forward. Number 17, Alex Young in control.
So Georgia so far early on winning the draws, and that's going to be a big key. We saw again, going back to that first game, GCU was really able to stay in it in that first quarter by winning draws and converting off them. And again, Utah with not a touch in their own zone so far with the 2 draw controls by Georgia.
Yeah, and Georgia, I believe they were the either first or second place winners in the Cactus Classic last year, and looking to facilitate themselves in this same arena as last time.
Yeah, I couldn't tell who tipped that on the inside, but always have your sticks up when you're in the paint there, and stick up, batted down that feeder pass to the middle.
Jill Fullick now passing it back along the top of the fan. That's Pisani playing behind the X now for Georgia's number 20. That's Kate Page, who scored the first goal of this game. Centering pass goes wide. Utah able to snag possession. It's number 25 for the Utes, Grace Mazalowski.
Yes, between the restraining lines is going to be real important today as Utah looking to push and transition here.
Great defense by Georgia, being able to plug the holes. And what an interception by Georgia. That was number 2, Jill Fullick, who was able to poke that one away and get possession. Now handling number 17, Alex Young. Utah, very aggressive, full field defense. And Georgia still advancing at midfield now. 2-on-1 on the far side. And not being able to handle it is number 24, Gabby O'Neill, not able to keep it in the basket. Utah now on the advance.
Utah electing to slow things up smart, get your first real offensive look here, is get the right personnel on the field. You're kind of in transition, had some D-middies on the field, get them off, and again, just slow things down, get set up for your first real offensive possession.
Agreed. Handling it now on the far side is number 4, Jada Johnson. And Utah, again, you can tell, trying to just find their open lane and see where to play off of. Possible opportunity moving inside the 8-meter mark. Not able to find anybody is number 32, Madeline Hove. Quick pass to the top of the fan again. That was number 5, Darian Kenny. Here's Hove again, trying to move on the inside. Not able to find anybody. Pass right back along the bottom part of the fan. Rolling behind X now. Utah still moving with it. 22, Sasha Langwin with it. Another quick pass right back out to Ellie Vickers.
Yeah, this whole offense kind of running through Vickers early on, and I imagine we'll see that throughout.
Centering opportunity goes for naught, but Utah able to control it. Still on the ground. Georgia trying to pick it right back up. Still battling for it. Whistle blown, and possession awarded to Georgia. And
yeah, again, some physical play. It's a Utah, very mentioned it, young team, 13 freshmen. It's a big step up. Even going to collegiate club, the physicality is a really big step up.
Of
and
course.
Just what you're allowed to do.
And we heard it from Glee Corsetti, the head coach for Utah prior, that she's really excited to see what this team can actually do with all the newcomers. And here's Georgia now trying to get on a counter. Centering opportunity and quick foul right at the 8-meter mark. Maybe a free position here for Georgia.
I want to see if they'll award that here. No card, of course. We're still following some of the old club rules here, so old NCAA rules, so no 30-second timer after a stick check. Teams kind of have unlimited, but nevertheless, free position awarded early on. See how this goes.
Avery Finley will take a shot, bounces it in. She got it to go. The Bulldogs bark once again.
And not much any goaltender can do about that. An 8-meter just really, I think the big indicator to a success of your team is how your percent you can convert on 8 meters, and especially as a player individually. It's a shot you should convert more than 50% of the time, and Georgia able to convert there.
Of course, Avery Finley, one of the top goal getters, too, for this Georgia squad, capitalizing there once again. And the Bulldogs continuing to keep marching on. So 2-0 lead here over Utah. And you mentioned it before, too. This Utah squad unfamiliar up to this point in the season with WCLA play, as most of it's been NCAA play.
Yeah, you play up a little bit. I mean, that always, it's kind of similar to like a App State going to play Michigan. I mean, you go up, you maybe, there's no hurt, there's nothing against you. If you get blown out, you get blown out. It's a good learning experience and doesn't really hurt your record too much.
Exactly, but this Utah squad playing against the more experience, in a way, has more experience here tonight. And here's Georgia now off the draw, handling its number 20, Kate Page. Still advancing with it now. Moving forward is the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they've been letting a lot of those draws go. Normally, the ball's meant to end up above both players' heads, but they've been letting them play. Less whistles. Fan of that.
Agreed. The referee's been solid here tonight. They've been here for about as long as we have at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not here, we're not here, so.
And if nobody's here, nobody's here. Georgia advancing behind the back of the X. And a special thank you to all of the organizers for the Cactus Classic tonight. It wouldn't be possible to bring you guys this coverage if it wasn't for them. Here's Georgia still trying to advance. The Bulldogs still fighting for it. This one looks like it's rolling out of bounds, and it does, just barely. Pierce, what would you say is the big game plan here for Utah? Obviously, down early by 2. The physicality been a big playmaker here tonight. What more would you like to see out of this Ute squad?
For Utah, I mean, I want to see them in their settled offense. We haven't been able to see that early on, and they've been able to clear it between both restraining lines in the midfield very easily, as we saw the successful clear there. But set up some offense, maybe build out of the X, and they seem to really like going up top to number 1.
I agree. Vickers been a big part of this offense. She goes for an overhand shot, just goes a little bit wide. Maybe about a foot more inside. That would have perfectly nestled in a corner between the sticks. Utah will keep possession.
Yeah, so Utah really likes to run, like we mentioned before. Ellie Vickers up top, running from the point right on Main Street, and Georgia likes to build out of X. So two kind of contrasting offenses here.
Handling it now is number 5. Nick Kenny. This time poked away. Possession still given to Utah.
Yeah, just a little check on the forearm there, as that will be a pretty easy call.
I'm glad we announced what colors these teams really are.
Yeah, for those just joining us, Utah with possession right now in the red, and Georgia in the white.
The specifics all red.
As again, good offensive possession there. A few shots on goal. Nothing that's been a grade A opportunity as Georgia turns it over in transition and hits your laptop in the booth to stop the ball, as Utah will pick it up right at midfield.
I will not lie to you. That is a first. That is a first time I think me or my equipment has ever been touched by any sort of ball or puck in the vicinity.
As Utah, again, able to clear it. Vickers almost lost it right at the midline, or the faux midline, as is women's lacrosse. There is no midline, technically.
We call it the imaginary line.
Yeah.
It's like the equator. Here's Vickers coming in, overhand shot. She got it to go. Rotating across the 8-meter mark, fires across her body, and Utah able to get it to go, and Vickers sets them up perfectly.
Yeah, the right-handed midi just face dodges right down the center, gets top side, and you don't want her one-on-one with any goalie. She puts it stick side high, is a little fake inside going, as she got top side, faked inside on the shot, then puts it stick side high and just out of the outstretched stick there. Beautiful
shot there, and Utah gets on the board. A 1-2 game right now between both of these squads.
And again, for she'll head to the draw line, so really doing it all here for the Utes. But again, for a young team, maybe see that scoreboard tick up 1, you're right in it. I mean, you got down 2-0, but women's lacrosse is a very fast-paced game. I mean, for the ASU D1 team, they were up, I think, 5 or 6 at Oregon, and that collapsed.
And Utah, great job being able to take this right back. And you mentioned before, fast-paced game, the energy stays high all the time, and it just takes one for you to really get going, and this could be what gets Utah storming forward.
Yeah, the first draw win of the game for the Utes, and a very impactful one at that. Just got the goal, and the beauty of the sport of lacrosse is you don't need to hand the ball to the other team. You can get the ball right back if you win the draw.
Exactly. A little flip pass there to number 31. That's Anderson. Back over, though, to Hoove. Hoove back into Anderson. Fires. Oh, just a little bit wide. Apologies. That was Vickers who came storming in front of the crease, and that was a great opportunity.
Hey, Utah with a good backup there at X, able to maintain possession, and a rip by Vickers, just a little high.
Here's who trying to get it back to Anderson this time. Possible foul awarded to Utah, and here is a huge opportunity from in the 8-meter line. They have a chance to tie it up.
Yeah, so Utah right now, early on in this one, before the 8-meter shot, running a little 2-3-man action. We're almost give and go on that top left corner.
And we'll see as whistle gets blown, over the head shot right into the basket for the goalkeeper for Georgia. I believe that's Emily Ware.
Yeah, unfortunate there. It's the one place you don't aim and don't want to put it, but of course it's a lot easier said than done. Shooting with a woman's lacrosse stick is not easy.
I don't think I could shoot, to be honest with you, with any lacrosse stick. To be fully transparent. Now, throwing a baseball is a little bit different for me, but I can't imagine throwing around a lacrosse stick. I think I might wear out my arm a little bit. There's a reason I play first base.
Yeah, I think really the big skill gap you'll see, and especially club, is just the stick skills, and especially whether you're able to switch to your offhand, and beyond that, just the power on your shot.
And here's Georgia trying to advance. Foul. Ball awarded right back to Georgia.
Yeah, that stick just getting a little too high into the no zone of the head or neck area. Of course, every football fan loves that saying.
Every ASU fan. And rotation behind the back of the X. And again, Georgia now is kind of slowing down that tempo, really trying to step things up once again after starting things out with that 2-goal early lead. And here's a pass back to the center, over the top, great shot, and Georgia finds the back of the net. That was number 18, Mia Pisani.
Beautiful give and go action, and I mentioned before, Georgia loves to build out of the X there. They have 2 men back there and kind of slowly work their way up the fan and then dish it right back and then back cut, or a bolt cut in men's lacrosse, behind the helmet cut. Of course, no helmets here, but both cut behind the head cut, and right side gets the defender sleeping, and one-on-one with the goalie, pins it in.
Great shot there by Pisani. Able to capitalize. Georgia gets back on that 2-goal lead that they had earlier. And now Utah still having to play out of that deficit. But I will be shocked if Glee Corsetti says that this game is over already.
No, 2-goal deficit is very little, like nothing in women's lacrosse. I mean, I know it's a saying in hockey that 2 goals is the worst lead, but could also apply that to lacrosse.
Well, and if you're a Penguins fan, 4 and 5, the same way it's applicable. For all my hockey fans who understand what I'm talking about. Where actually a Utah Mammoth squad came back in a 4-goal deficit and actually wound up winning against the Penguins. Unfortunately, I was at said game.
It's all set in the draw circle here as we'll go up and behind the players.
Utah trying to take possession. Ground ball, still fighting for it, and the Utes were able to do it.
So second draw win for them as they'll try and clear it here. And again, having no problems between the restraining lines. Perfect on clears so far.
Lila Sage now passing it right back over to number 8. That is Kendall Danielson.
Of course, no shot clock in club lacrosse, so take your time, build it up. No rush.
Here's an opportunity, rotating back through X, and again, trying to play it a little bit. Quick yellow card. Take a quick second to see who it's on. And
flag was shown for a second there, then brought in. I think it was play on and then brought back in right before Utah dropped it. So unfortunate for them as we'll turn it over.
Apologies. And handling it now for Georgia is number 10. That's Meg Heflin. Now passing it over is to number 26, Emma Dean. Dean advancing. She'll dish it right back over to the left side of the fan. Handling is number 18, Pisani. Pisani rotates. Bounce shots. Got it to go. Oh, my goodness. A little Quick bounce shot in front of the crease to the opposite hand. Beautiful work.
Yeah, on the Utah side of things, some great transition defense by Sage. They're able to force her out into the X, but then just a better dodge, able to plant that left foot in the turf and cut right up top, get top side, and kind of whip it underhand around the defender.
And you can tell Mia Pisani ecstatic after that one.
Yeah, great game we had before this, GCU and UCSB, but a little bit of a more blowout, you could say. The energy in this one I expect to be a lot higher. Is Georgia off to an early lead though?
Agreed. We have a very split fan base here in Tempe, Arizona. Georgia Bulldogs stretching almost entirely down the right side of the midfield line, and Utah basically down the left field, the left side. I would be willing to say that there actually might be more Bulldog fans here.
Yeah, around 100-ish people for each side making the trip, and why not to come to, I was going to say beautiful, but chilly
Arizona. A cold Arizonan day, something we actually don't get to say all that often.
No.
And here rotating on the near side, bounce shot, great block, however, by Georgia's goalkeeper. That was Emily Ware again, just doing a great job protecting in between the sticks.
Yeah, Ware I read her like a book there and read the 5-hole and got the stick and knee down to block that. Only negative was letting the rebound up.
Here's a centering shot, over the head pass behind the back of the sticks. Here's Vickers now at the top of the fan. We'll see if something gets created here in space. Vickers rotating, and this shot just wide on the left side.
She is fast around that edge, and if you're not quick on the defensive side of the ball, she can just get right around your hips, and the minute that happens, I mean, you see the speed on the shot there and how quickly she's able to release it.
And it reminds me a little bit of how you play as an edge rusher, just trying to come off and take a little bit of a spin move route. And Vickers has done a great job just alternating in between lanes and has capitalized on a lot of opportunities. Here's Hove, over the head shot, right in front of the goalkeeper, a scramble at the crease, and it looks like Georgia was able to take it away.
And Emily Ware has had herself a game tonight to start the first quarter.
Only one shot allowed and over double-digit shots on goal now for Utah.
Almost forced a turnover and then right back, and a beautiful check there.
And Vickers able to take it away. Really been doing it all tonight for the Utes. And 4-on-2 fast break opportunity gets squandered. And Georgia able to take it right back, and Utah is able to recover. Apologies. Jersey's confusing myself a little bit. Here's Vickers now. Quick cut. Throws overhand and right into the net again. Ware just doing a great job.
Yeah, so Ware gave up no goals stick side high. I think especially on the righty goalie, you're going to need to start going as a truckload of whistles blown. But as a right-handed goalie, you're really going to need to start going offhand. We've seen that one shot to her hips go in. And kind of that perfect area for the right-sided goalie. She's covered the 5-hole very well. It's going to need to be kind of that far side hip area. I think that's where going to need to start aiming. But again, a lot easier said sitting over here in the booth than it is out there playing.
Most definitely. So Georgia now on the attack, kind of pacing themselves in their own formation now. Very formidable squad. Georgia's number 15, Jackson McDaniel, handling it now. Back over to the left side is number 10, Meg Heflin. Heflin now passing it on the inside. Firing is number 14, and that's Avery Finley, who picks up her second goal.
Yeah, Georgia just taking advantage of the behind-the-head cuts. And if you're a Utah defender right now, Georgia normally kind of early on in this one has had 2 players at X and then kind of fanned out the rest of them around the fan. Or around the arc, whatever term you want to use there, and then has sent cutters in sparingly. Kind of feels like they're playing more of a rules-based offense than a set plays style offense right now, with just sporadic cutters cutting in. And if you're the Utes, you just can't lose those backside.
Very fundamental game here from Georgia, and it's worked in their favor. this Bulldog squad will not be stuck in the doghouse tonight. Bulldogs getting out to a early 5-1 lead.
Yeah, not too many puns you can do with Utes, can ya?
Utes, they're Signal Butte here in Arizona. We'll see if I can compare it.
I'll see if you. I'll challenge you. See if you can get one for the rest of the game. As Georgia doesn't technically win the draw, but comes out with possession.
And Georgia is still advancing once again. Again, the Bulldogs, this is a squad, too, that made it very deep when it came to national club play last year. And had the chance to talk to Natalia Scott, a little bit about that Ball State game from last year. And here we have the goalkeeper coming out of the crease a little bit for Utah. Almost a huge opportunity for Georgia to capitalize. Ground ball picked up, however, by Georgia's number 1, Allie Joswick.
Two players tripping in the center there, no call, and rightfully so. Is beautiful opportunity, just loses it out of the back of the stick.
And that air horn will signal an end to the first quarter of play. 5-1 is the score for Georgia. However, I would not be shocked if Utah decided to continue to cut down this deficit. This is a squad that will not be given up this easily, but we still have 3 more quarters left to go in this one. We'll take a quick 3 to 5 minute timeout, and we'll be back with more here on South Mountain Sports. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tempe, Arizona. Kai Gengabus, Pierce Gordon, joined alongside me. It's been a thriller of a first period here in the Cactus Classic between the Georgia Bulldogs and the Utah Utes. Both of these teams have been ripping it tonight, but the Bulldogs find themselves on the right side of this one with a 5-1 lead over the Utes.
Yeah, I think that's really Coach Scott for Georgia has done an excellent job so far. Just I mean, we've seen mostly the offensive rules with 2 players at X and then sending cutters through from the fan, and then those cutters will come out, set a pick, and gotten 5 from that so far. So very well coached game.
Handling it now for Utah's number 25, Grace Mazalowski. And you got to think, too, that this Utah squad trying to get out early and often against the Bulldogs right now in the second quarter, trying to capitalize and possibly tie things up before half. And here's Vickers now moving on the inside. She's cutting, throwing towards the middle, centering pass with no one there.
Yeah, we talked at the break. Just get Vickers the ball a little more. She's wicked quick release, and we've seen the speed from her already. The draw, well, not draw specialist, but the draw taker for the Utes, as well as their leading scorer in this one. Granted, that's only 1.
The transition defense as well from Vickers has been incredible up to this point. You mentioned, too, Georgia's at very simple X and O formationing has kind of been the difference maker in this one. The set pace of play has really been the main difference maker for the Bulldogs, and here's a takeaway here by Utah.
As Vickers going for the Hail Mary of checks there over the head. As that is a you get the check and cause a turnover, or that is a goal.
120%. Now Utah back on the counter in Georgia Bulldog territory. Here's Vickers now at the top of the fan, controlling it. She'll dish it right back to number 5, Darian Kenny. Kenny now passing it right back over to Johnson. Johnson now still on the far side of the fan. She'll dish this one to Hove. Hove picking it back up.
Yeah, good job by the Georgia defense recognizing Johnson there. Righty doesn't want to go to her left hand and forcing her to make a errant pass.
Here's Vickers on the far side of the fan. Moving up with it now from the inside part is Hove. Hove not able to control it. Dish right back over. Hove now back to Vickers. Vickers in control. Along the far side of the 8-meter mark now is Johnson. Johnson right back over to Hove. Hove trying to get the centering pass, not there, and able to just pick it up is the goalkeeper, Emily Ware, for the Bulldogs.
And for Utah here on the offensive side of things is their attackmen playing some defense in transition.
And Utah with a great takeaway. It was great defense by number 18 for the Utes. That was Lindsey Rogers.
Yeah, the attackmen don't normally like to play defense, but right there, earning their team another possession.
And Utah stays on the attack as a green card gets awarded to fellow fellow Georgia Bulldog player, number 10, Meg Heflin. Here's a shot inside by Vickers, but not able to find the net.
Everything but the finish there for Vickers, able to face dodge inside, and whew.
And now Bulldogs back to controlling their own pace of play. Here's Ware now, just kind of looking for an open teammate. Still waiting. Vickers charging forward with it now. And handling it now for the Bulldogs is number 2, Jill Fullick.
Yeah, without a shot clock here, I mean, you're going to need Georgia smartly recognizing until the goalie's pressed. Just hold it.
Gabby O'Neill now going one-on-one. She'll have to flip it right back out as fellow Ute players are able to fill up the zone. Here's McDaniel. McDaniel on the far side of the fan with control. Back over now to Fullick. Fullick back over to McDaniel. McDaniel back over to number 18, Mia Pisani. She's got 2 of the Bulldog goals tonight. And Pisani and Finley both knocking on the door of a hat trick. top of the fan now. In control is number 14, Finley. Finley will dish it right back over to Fullick. Fullick bounce shot. Great save. However, Georgia recovers. Centering pass. Vickers able to poke it away. And finally, Utah is able to get it back. Still fighting for it. Pisani trying to take control. Not able to get it. Here's a shot. Blocked again. Oh my goodness. It rolls in after a flip by Pisani. Everything and anything was happening in the middle of that one. But the Bulldogs and Mia Pisani pick up the hat trick and go up 6-1.
Yeah, some great goaltending there. I mean, allowing the rebounds, but that's not, as a netminder there, as the defense, excuse me, there, I mean, if your goalie's making 3 saves in a row, one of those ground balls you got to just box out and come up with. I mean, we saw the ball on the ground 3 or 4 times there, and Georgia just wanting it a little bit more.
And Mia Pisani just poking the ball right through the 5-hole and had the opportunity to pick it up. As nobody was able to do so, she just decided to hit it in herself.
And I don't think the skill gap between these teams is 6-1 like the scoreboard suggests. I think it's just been a really well-executed game from the X and O's and a really well-coached game from Georgia.
And this is one of those games, too, that could easily just flip on a dime. And this Utah squad, still 3 quarters to go to fight back a 5-goal deficit. We've seen crazier. But this Bulldog squad, like you mentioned before, has done an excellent job executing. And this team has done phenomenal from the top of the fan, cutting inside to the 8-meter, as well as playing behind in the X2 and just building things. That's been the big difference maker in this one.
I think this is the first time we've seen for the Utes, Vickers out of the game, sitting on the bench, and going to need to, I think, get her a lot more in this one. Has the one and only goal, but Georgia with the ball.
Here's the pass. Now over towards the far side of the fan. That's Johnson. In control now is Davis. Davis rushing forward. Top hand. Bounce shot. It gets in, but the referee calls no goal.
Yeah, going to get probably a shooting space call there or an 8-meter. We'll see what the call is. It was 8-meter before the shot.
So here's Davis now with an opportunity to extend the lead. Over the hand. Bounce shot. It gets in. Back right corner. And Davis gets another goal for the Bulldogs.
Davis could not have placed that any better, and I think the Utes need to take some notes on where to place some shots here. That was a beautifully placed shot, just far opposite stick side, and as a goaltender to get your stick all the way under you and sweep your legs with it would be an insane save, especially on an 8-meter there.
I just feel like you almost got to get into a slap shot position there as a goalkeeper to really try to save that one, as that was just a beautiful shot there from none other than the Utes' very own Davis.
Yeah, so Georgia extending the lead again as we see Vickers back in the game for the Utes, taking the draw. And I think Utah going to need to start winning a little bit more of these draws and to make their way back into this one, as Vickers will get that one in her stick and head to the offensive side of the ball, where if Utah can score here, get a little bit of momentum, and well, they're nowhere near out of this. 5 goals is not that much in women's lacrosse here.
And Utah continuing to advance and trying to play out of the X's. And for whatever reason, too, this scoreboard gets corrected. Finally.
Windy night in Tempe.
Windy night. Especially, too, being right next to Sky Harbor Airport here in the Valley. All the overhead planes, the passerbyers, and everybody who may be going or coming from Utah or Georgia as well, possibly pulling up for some late night action. Here's Hove at the top of the fan, alternating, passing him right back to Vickers. Vickers splitting lanes, decent, fires, throws, oh my goodness, and she falls down in the process. Vickers able to nail what might be one of the best goals we've seen of this tournament.
Yeah, early on, again, got to get Vickers going. She's the star of this team, the Utes team, and gets the double early on, as I'm sure Georgia's taken note of who the Utah star is. But Vickers, I mean, gets the double early on, fakes Face dodge inside on one, gets her on her back hip, leans into it, keeps her on that back outside hip, and then rips the shot without taking the stick too far back. Take it too far back, probably gets checked there by the Georgia defender. So smart keeping it forward, just a quick little shot, and puts it, again, far side where the goalie really is not going to be able to reach that one.
And Vickers just really kind of playing at her own pace, and the speed has just been unmatched tonight. The Bulldogs just really haven't been able to capitalize and put a stop. And speaking of Vickers, here she is on the draw. And poked away. This time it's going towards her cameraman, Tanner Buck. Can he take it away? No, he can't. Vickers able to get it.
As the Utes able to control it again and looking to push in transition. And the shot stripped away there is another ground ball.
And Utah still fighting for it. Finally able to retain possession is Utah. Never mind, ground ball once again. Utah alternating all the way back in their own zone. Handling it, though, now is number 25, Grace Mizalowski.
Yeah, it goes all the way back to the defense there. As now it's going to be really hard for the Utes to clear with everyone, the whole field, everyone on the field pressed up right against the Utes restraining line here.
And Phoebe Marcelin able to control it now. Another quick pass back to Mazalowski.
She clears the restraining line there and will dump it off and head back to the D end.
Here's Vickers now with control. 2-7 is the score here in Tempe. Here's Hove across the top of the fan. And Hove tends to be one of those people, too, that you've been placing the screen around. Here's Vickers. Bounce shot it in. It's a hat trick for Vickers.
And again, the same type of dodge where she gets the double, kind of two defenders, kind of wary about whether they're going to slide to her, whether they're going to not. One of them does from that far side there, left of the goalie, comes in from just outside the fan, and then Vickers smartly face dodges, get that stick to the left hand without switching hands, gets her on that back hip, then drives inside, and then quick shot. We've seen a lot from her of the missed shots wide where she wound up and kind of ripped him, and she's proved she can rip him, but that hasn't been what the team has needed tonight to score, so she's kind of transitioned her game to a little bit more of a shifty point guard, if you're going to lead it to basketball, and able to put the Utes right back in this one.
You know, in Arizona we have a place called Signal Butte, but I believe for Avery Vickers, the right term for that hat trick is a triple butte for the Ute. And now Avery Vickers has her third goal of the night, and the third goal for the Utes.
Was able to incorporate Ute in there.
We finally found it.
She's able to win the draw again.
And Vickers now again on the counter at the top of the fan. Moving it back into none other than number 22, that's Sasha Langwin. Moving forward with it, though, is the rest of the Utah squad. This time it's poked away, trying to center it. Handling it again is Langwin. Centering pass, this time a little bit of a misread.
Yes, the pass inside to the center was targeted for Danielson, but I think she got tapped in the head, so she'll get it from X and walk her way in.
Quick centering pass, not able to handle it, and a battle for it right in the middle of the crease as Ware and I believe that was number 18, Lindsey Rogers. We're just going head-to-head. And
I think Rogers will have an 8-meter here.
And Rogers will be left alone for a shot opportunity to make it 4-7. She shoots, she fires right in the net, and what a save by Ware.
Yeah, I mean, Ware has proved you cannot go 5-hole on Ware. That's normally where we see a lot of goals come from, especially in the first game. A lot of those bounce shots were going in. But Ware has watched the film on Utah and denied them that 5-hole.
And Ware's just kind of wearing down this Utah squad. Shots just have not been able to go. Avery Vickers obviously being the only exception.
Can you tell he's one that likes puns?
I always said the dad jokes will somehow, some way be incorporated into every broadcast. I hope all of the fellow dads watching right now are proud.
As Georgia trying to respond, this little two-goal run by the Utes.
Cut across the middle. Fires. Ripped it. Not able to get it to go. Great save there by Utah. That was Jill Fullick.
And what's even better there is the run out. I mean, normally after a shot, ball goes out, and normally the offensive team gets the possession back, but a great run out there.
Handling it now is number 17 for the Utes. It looks like we have a little bit of a...
So Marsland with the great run out, and is that a green card being shown to the Utes? Or shown to Georgia, sorry. It appears so. Is the coaching staff not a fan of that one, but nevertheless, green card shown.
You can tell assistant coach on the sideline for Georgia, visibly upset. However, the pace of play continues to move. Utah moving up with it now.
Yeah, just a lapse in communication there. I mean, sport of lacrosse always got to be talking to each other, and two teammates trying to decide who is going to be, or trying to avoid the offside penalty, and neither of them would have been offsides.
In a way, it's almost a full team of broadcasters, if you will. Everybody communicating, trying to...
The stuff said on the lacrosse field is not suitable for the airwaves.
Well, can I ask for what reason?
You've played sports.
I have indeed. I have indeed.
A little too much passion, you could say.
Too much emotion is never a bad thing, though, when you're playing sports. Maybe for the FCC.
As Vickers, another aggressive check will get shown a yellow card.
And that's on Avery Vickers, as that'll be detrimental for Utah for the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, so Vickers, I mean, we've seen her aggressive style of defense early in this one. I mean, that's what you're going to get with a player who's aggressive. You'll get the goals, you'll get the turnovers, but you also pick up some penalties, as Georgia does not capitalize on that opportunity and immediately turns it over. So for the Utes, if they're able to kill this yellow card here, I mean, no harm, no foul.
And I believe Avery Finley was just unfamiliar about when the play was actually going to start on that one, as the pass was right towards her, but just wasn't ready for it.
And if I'm Utah here, no rush to clear the ball here. If you're in any trouble, just run back to your own defensive end. Just kill out the penalty.
Here's Kenny now, right back over, and a great juke move that put, I believe that was number 18, Mia Pisani, on skates.
That was a really nice juke at the restraining line, but nonetheless, Georgia gets it back. Still a man advantage for them.
And now handling it's number 10, Meg Heflin. And now Georgia advancing inward, right at the crease, falling right in front of the sticks. And hopefully everything's okay. And a little unfamiliar, and they'll award a goal to Georgia, as that was number 2, Jill Fullick.
Look at a bit like a men's lacrosse play there with the goalie coming out, making a physical play just beyond the crease. And normally, I mean, in the NCAA ranks, the D1 ranks, we see that a lot more so, with the goalies kind of coming out a lot more to reduce that angle that the shooter has. And just unfortunate there, you saw no ill will by any of the players there, but nonetheless, Georgia coming out with the goal to end the two-goal spurt that the Utes had.
And Georgia now still extending the lead, 8-3, 5-goal lead. And Utah just looking to get their get back, especially too with Vickers only having about a minute left too on that penalty.
Yeah, the Vickers penalty is just, I mean, really, you score a man-up goal. It's what you work on in practice a lot. I mean, as a defenseman, you kind of get sick of it with the amount of times you work on man up, both men's and women's game. But Utah, desperate just to kill off this penalty, is the non-releasable yellow card, kind of a newer call that you can make in the sport.
In Georgia advancing up with it now from midfield, handling it is number 13 for the Bulldogs, Kate Collier. And now Georgia just trying to look to center it.
As the penalty finally killed here, will be even here.
Trying to cut on the inside. Overhead pass poked away by 4 different defenders within the crease.
Perfect defense, and I imagine in the huddles, all of the Utah coaching staff has emphasized keep your head on a swivel, keep your stick on a man. And doing that there were the Utes, as they'll try and clear it here. Was really successful earlier in the game and successful here.
And now advancing with it is Utah's number 6, Leah Sage. Now number 32 in control, that's Hoove.
Oh, too aggressive there on the defensive end. We'll get whistled for it.
And now Utah with an opportunity to really try to work something within the 8-meter line. Here's number 22, ripping it right over the head. Ware, however, able to get a block down. Still fighting for it is Utah and Georgia. That was number 22 for Utah, Sasha Langwin. Not able to find the back of the net.
That was a more than adequate shot there, and I think so far Ware has been the MVP of the game so far. Really, the reason the score is as lopsided as it is.
And Ware has just been putting on a clinic tonight on defense.
As Ware again, no rush to clear it.
Handling it now is Georgia. Number 26, Emma Dean in control. Poked away. Good check from Utah. And here's Utah with possession. Avery Wicks in control of it now. Apologies, Avery Vickers. Apologies, Ellie Vickers.
As another whistle blown, and I think there'll be a turnover and go the way of the Utes, as a lot of the game being played between the restraining lines right now. As the Utes able to get it in.
Hoove passing over to Nora Rake, who gets her first chance in this one. Here's Vickers now with control. Vickers trying to pass along the top of the fan now. And poked away. Georgia back in control.
Yeah, great defense there from Georgia, recognizing kind of the telegraphed pass from Vickers and able to pick it off.
Here's a 5-on-4, and the whistle gets blown dead right in the middle of a fast break opportunity. And that'll signal an end to the first half of play, and only 2 more quarters here in the rest of the Cactus Classic tonight.
Yeah, welcome to some tournament lacrosse. You'll be right in the middle of a fast break and hear the dreaded air horn blow. But nonetheless, I think we've talked about this before, but the goalkeeping from Georgia has really kept the score as lopsided as it is, 3-8, and that's really, again, in large part due to the netminder.
Agreed. Ware has been phenomenal. Ellie Vickers obviously been the top player for this Utah Utes squad, and Georgia still leading with a huge 8-3 lead. And we will be right back for the second half of Cactus Classic Lacrosse here in Tempe, Arizona. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tempe, Arizona. This has been the Sun Devil Classic. We're entering the final stages of the Friday version of the Sun Devil Classic. My name's Gengabus. Joined alongside me, Pierce Gordon.
Yeah, late night back in Georgia here is approaching 9 o'clock, 8:20 right now. But nevertheless, back in this one, the score isn't is pretty lopsided in favor of Georgia, but not really. If you look at any other statistic, it's about even. I mean, you look at draws, just off my memory. I mean, they're pretty even here as the draw is up.
And speaking of draws, the Utes able to win the first one after the halftime break. Moving up with it now. Utah playing behind the X. Still trying to advance. Number 32 in control, that's Hove. Hove now cutting across the top of the fan. Back over to Vickers. Been the star caliber player for Utah up to this point. Here's Hove at the top of the fan. And Vickers, 3 goals on the night.
Yeah, Utah is really trying to get Hove set up with some opportunities, but this suffocating Georgia defense does it again.
Yeah, and you've seen a lot of different playmaking here from Utah, a lot of different formations, trying to build up out of the X. Hasn't really played in their favor so far up to this point, as Georgia's defense has been pretty much locked down in this one. And here's Mia Pisani over here on the left side.
As Georgia able to clear it. And again, I think going forward, I said this at the start of the draw in the first quarter, but I wouldn't think we would have seen a 20-goal game, and we're not. I guess first to around 12 or 15 will probably take this one. But Utah changing their defense a little bit more, sticks up. They're all collapsed in to prevent the cutters. We'll see what changes the Georgia offense brings.
Great defensive playmaking shift now from Utah. We'll see what the combatants of it look like. And here comes Georgia storming in.
So Utah's defense, a good transition, it's working, but if you're Georgia, you're content to let the clock go and use 5 minutes every possession. Of course, no shot clock, so you really can use as much time as you would like, and the Bulldogs not going to force anything.
Yeah, and Georgia just trying to play at their own tempo, and like you mentioned, wouldn't really mind wasting a little bit of clock down, especially with the 5-goal advantage up to this point.
So they try that little give and go again. Utah able to read that well.
Pisani now trying to play something a little bit from the back of the X. And have a quick foul and a shift of possession as Utah gets awarded the ball.
As the official
apologies.
Blows the whistle again, says my bad, and we'll go the way of Georgia.
There's the quick hand change. I was paying attention for the hand signal. And there was a signal for it to go back this way.
I just saw the official point to himself, say my bad. We're all human.
And here's a shot inside. Great save by Utah's goalkeeper.
As I think we'll have a push on, or illegal contact on Utah or Georgia. We'll see. Yeah, so Georgia will retain possession from X, and that's a killer penalty here.
Especially, too, after the phenomenal save. Centering pass, Pisani, wide shot. Not able to get it to go. And now Georgia will continue to keep possession.
As Georgia able to luckily win the run out there.
Here's another shot out wide, not able to nail it. It's Kay Page. She started the scoring off for the Bulldogs earlier in this one.
Yeah, so some great adjustments coming out of halftime on the defensive side of the ball for the Utes. The problem with it is it's maybe the defensive adjustments are all good and well, and you're preventing Georgia from scoring, but the clock is ticking.
Joe Fullock now will pass it along the right side of the fan. Trying to advance inwards, but not able to do so is the Bulldogs. to Meg Heflin. Back out to Pisani. Pisani rolling out right. Fires! Back of the net on the left side. Not able to get the stick down, and Georgia goes bar down.
Yeah, Pisani, again, you're in top side off that right side of the goalie on the fan. Earn that top side, and you're one-on-one with the netminder and able to pin it in 9-3.
Pisani's 4th of the night, able to find the back of the net, and the Bulldogs keep on barking.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just for the Utes defense there. It was a one-on-one opportunity. A lot of the other goals we've seen have been assisted, or in my book, assisted. And that was kind of the first one we've seen, just one-on-one opportunity, able to shimmy the defender and get topside. And for the Utah defense, it's something that you can't allow happen. You always have to have your lower hip on their matched up with their higher hip to prevent that topside, and then be able to drive them down the alley.
And if you're Utah right here, too, this is a draw that almost feels like a must-win in order to make sure Georgia doesn't run down the clock. However, doesn't stop Georgia as they're able to get it. And number 20, Kate Page, able to walk away with it. And here's a spin move. Bounce shot blocked away. What a great save.
And the Utes going to need to recognize the importance of this possession. Don't need to clear it in a hurry. You have the ball. Take care of it. As I say that, they turn it over.
A little bit of an announcer's jinx there. And here's number 15, Jackson McDaniel with it. Pisani right back over to 14, Finley. Now Finley over to Fullick. And again, you can just see Georgia kind of wasting out that time right now as the clock ticks away.
As right now we see Ellie Vickers, of course, the only one on the score sheet for the Utes, back at attack right now. So moved the midi back to the offensive side of the ball.
And Georgia having a couple of control issues as the defense is definitely tightened up a little bit here for Utah. And number 14 in control, that's Finley. She's got 2 goals of her own tonight.
You can hear the base of the softball stadium over to our left, about half a mile.
And that's Farrington Stadium going nuts over there too. And Utah gets possession right back. It's 8:27 here in Tempe, Arizona, as the Cactus Classic is underway. We'll have a lot more action tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we'll be on field B all day tomorrow as the Utes really just need to clear the ball here, settle things down. They get it past the restraining line. That's really big. Just hold things up, get your personnel on the field.
And Utah, again, trying to pick up the pace a little bit here. Here's Hove trying to rotate on the inside. Doesn't have anybody open.
We've seen the talent of Hove, just hasn't really been able to translate to the stat sheet as of late.
Of course, too, one of the taller players as well on the Utah squad. They've been trying to utilize her in the 8-meter, and there's a high stick that looks like it clipped Hove right on the glasses, and a possible 8-meter shot on its way for Hove.
Yeah, one of the things I've always not been envious of for women's lacrosse players is not wearing gloves.
Ooh. I can see as to why that would be a problem. Here's Hove. Rips it. Underhands just a bit wide. There was a lot behind that one.
As Utah lucky to back that one up, but that was an underhand ripper from Hove.
And that was practically a slap shot, if you will, back from the hockey days. Here's some rotation across the top of the van. Vickers now cutting inside, over the hand, got it to go! The 4th goal for the Utes is the 4th goal for Ellie Vickers.
And that was one of the times she didn't do it by herself. The Utes stealing the playbook of the Bulldogs and building out of the back from X, kind of feeder pass across the center of the crease and able to, again, do her little signature swim dodge or face dodge and get to her strong hand and the quick release We see that a lot from the 4 goals she's scored, where she doesn't bring the stick, doesn't wind it up behind her head, keeps it in front, keeps it within her head and neck area to avoid it being slapped, and then able to kind of push it in or shot put it in.
And Vickers kicks in the door, waving the 4-4 for her 4th goal of the game and the Utes' 4th goal of the game as a whole. And Utah trying to bounce back out of this 4-goal deficit now against the Bulldogs.
Again, really big thing is going to be clock management from now on. It's a 5-goal deficit for the Utes, 5-goal lead for Georgia. As sticks colliding in the air, Georgia able to come up with it. Just luck of the ball there.
And Utah, again, trying to play good defense with sticks high. Here's a cut across the middle. Bobbled, not able to keep it in the basket. Stick work knocked there, cutting back in front of the crease. A lot of movement now, trying to build up out of X. Here's a cut on the inside, ripping it, fires. Bounce shot, and it's good for number 13 for this Georgia Bulldog squad. That's Kate Collier.
And the slide from the Georgia defense, a little late there to get inside. Normally in high school, that probably would have been called a dangerous shot. But again, kind of the youth of the Utes kind of showing there with the officials are going to let you shoot a little bit more, not going to call shooting space as much.
And that's just a great shot selection. And Georgia continuing to just pour on this lead. 10-4 now for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, the Bulldogs have just had a response for everything the Utes have done.
And the Utes trying their best to press on. And here's the draw. And Utah able to retain possession, as that was a very physical draw. Couple of passing miscues.
I'm sure that's a pass that they would like to have back.
And trying to play some full press defense here is the Utes, trying to keep that possession. And Mia Pisani now with it, trying to go coast to coast here. We got a couple of planes flying overhead. Taking a quick look at the game. And here's Pisani calling for an inside pass. This time poked away, however, able to get possession right back is number 14, Avery Finley. Finley now back over to number 20, and that is Paige. Paige back over to 5. That's Davis. And Pierce, what would you say you need to see from Utah to really try to fight back from this deficit?
I mean, it's really hard without a shot clock here, but what just happened there with the defense and forcing the pass to the cutter inside and then not letting that pass go anywhere and getting the ball back is what you're going to need to see more of. And then also capitalizing on the offensive side of things. We've seen a lot of just kind of sloppy offensive turnovers, as almost one committed there, but they'll get the whistle.
And the pass build-ups occurring now for the Utes, as Utah will move things right along. Another pass over towards the top of the fan. Here's a pass over to number 12 for Utah. Penalty, it's now number 31, Kaya Anderson. Anderson now trying to get on the inside. Difficulties there. Here's Hove trying to cut in through the top of the 8-meter. This time it pops out and controls number 4, Jada Johnson. An open centering pass there to Vickers, but a miscue. And speaking of Vickers, she's got control on the top of the fan once again. And Vickers being the only goal getter tonight for the Utes. And this gets deflected away. It's beginning to become a little bit chilly here in Tempe, Arizona. I know the adrenaline out there probably keeps everybody warm.
You don't feel it at all.
Yeah, you know, that is, yeah.
It could be. I mean, once it starts getting negatives, you start feeling it maybe, but you don't feel the temperature on the field really at all unless it's 110 in the summer in Phoenix.
Well, that sounds just like about every baseball season I ever played. You might be right.
Yeah.
Especially sitting in the dugout on very long days. And this one will come over towards us. And picking it up is number 5, Darian Kenny.
And maybe just the break the Utes need. Down 6, not insurmountable in the third quarter here, but really just going to, I think, to come back in this one, you're going to need to cut it to around under 5, preferably around that 4 area going into the fourth quarter, because we've seen without a shot clock how slow the game can stall.
And here's Anderson passing it right back in. Almost found the top right corner, and she hit the bar. That was number 5, Kenny, who just let it rip. And quite literally, instead of going bar down, went bar high. Try to center it, but Georgia trying to take it away. Ground ball right at the 8-meter line. And finally able to take it away is Jada Johnson. And Johnson will kind of just let that one roll away as Georgia picks it right back up.
Yeah, Johnson and Danielson both there, and both, again, the lack of communication. You got to get man ball. There was one person coming, and none of them boxed the girl out, and none of them picked up the ball.
And it almost looked like Jada Johnson just kind of gave up on the play.
Yeah, just miscommunication there between 2 players. One of them thinking the other one's going to pick it up, the other one not thinking the other one's going to pick it up. And again, the Utes on the offensive side of the ball, able to force a turnover, but they've been good at clearing. They've been pretty solid on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, 10 goals through this one is something I'll take. It's really just been on the offensive side of the ball, I think.
And this Ute squad trying to advance the best they can. It's Kaya Anderson, who's not really able to hold on to it, as 3 defenders there trying to press. And looks like there'll be a quick penalty and possession awarded right back to Georgia.
So we'll have a timeout here. Imagine that timeout taken by Georgia to stop the clock, talk things, or excuse me, take it by Utah.
We'll take a quick break as well during that timeout. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to South Mountain Sports here in Tempe, Arizona. Gengabus, Pierce, Gordon here. And Georgia versus Utah has been the name of the game. And Georgia has really been the name of the game as they currently lead 10-4. And the only 4 goals up to this point for Utah have came by one player, and that's so far been Utah's MVP, Ellie Vickers.
And I mean, I'm sure this is not what's said in the coach's huddle, but watching from a spectator's perspective, I kind of wish Vickers was a little more selfish in the case of Utah. There's a lot of possessions where I think she's trying to feed her teammates, she's trying to do whatever, and I think almost trying to do a little bit too much, where you either be selfish, just take an ISO, or just feed the ball around. But 4-10, not insurmountable as we're in the third.
6-goal deficit. Here's Georgia storming in now. Over the head shot, cross body. And Georgia's number 20, Kay Page, knocks down her second.
And Page could have put the nail in the coffin, possibly, for the Utes. As again, allowing that top side, and she just rips it right above the goalie's head, which is surprisingly hard shot to save for a goaltender, because you're reading it coming in, and you're bringing the stick over to your offhand side, and a lot of the time, like we saw there, goalies will overshoot it because it's a real hard shot to read coming right above your head, and not something you love seeing, especially coming from someone that never played goaltender and has had shots whizzed at them. It's very hard to fight the instinct when a ball is coming at it, when a solid rubber ball is coming at your head.
Yeah, you always got to be careful of that one, you know. I as a catcher, I can relate to 100-mile-per-hour fastballs. Well, they weren't that fast in high school, but, you know, right around 80 to 90 miles an hour was always a fun time, especially if you kind of missed on one or two. But hey, there was a reason they gave us a mask. Yep. There was.
There's a reason the goalies in women's lacrosse wear the men's pads.
So handling now from Georgia on the left side of the fan is number 10. It's Meg Heflin, as well as Kay Page and a few others. Page now rotating behind X, getting the cutters inside. However, rotations too soon, trying to file in, but Georgia fighting for it. Scrum in front of the crease, and Georgia's able to take it right back.
Yeah, and those scrums in front of the crease are really hard when you have two teammates there, because you can't rake the ball in women's lacrosse. It is against the rules. You can't put your back of your stick over the ball, as offside's called. So nevertheless, Utes will get the ball, but it's really hard in the center because you can't really rake it out. So you either kick it to your goalie, but that can be a little risky. So nevertheless, Utah able to clear, and possibly we'll see a card shown here.
And it's a yellow awarded to number 9.
So man-up opportunity for the Utes here. 4-11, 7-goal deficit. I think gonna need to score probably around 2 to pull the nail that's halfway in the coffin right now. Pull that out.
And that's Shea Edwards who will be awarded that yellow card. Like you mentioned, Utah really trying to play to the best of their offensive capabilities.
Got to get Vickers a touch here.
And rotations everywhere, which way. Miscue of a pass. Fighting for it. You got 3 Utah players there, and they were finally able to take it away. Handling it's now number 20 for Utah. That's Annabelle Clayton. Couple of passes near the back end of the fan. Centering pass, opportunity for an overhead. Not able to get the shot off. Fight in the 8-meter. Possible free position shot for Utah. And here's a chance to capitalize for the Utah Utes.
The officials stopping the clock, and we'll convene here. I imagine we'll have an 8-meter. That's what it looked like to my eyes, but I was not out there. And sitting at the 50-yard line, don't have the best vantage point of it, so we'll see the call.
Technically, we are here sitting at the 50-yard line.
As they'll call it an offensive.
So possession now awarded to the Bulldogs.
Again, a great chance from the Utes, just unable to get a shot off in the middle there.
And those squandered opportunities have definitely been a huge factor in this one as well, and that horn will signal an end to the third quarter. So 15 more minutes to go here in the Cactus Classic. Only today, though, on Friday. We still have a lot more coming your way on Saturday. But we'll take a quick time now as the rest of the squads will do the same. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final 15 minutes of a Friday night on the Cactus Classic grounds here in Tempe, Arizona, as Ellie Vickers will get things started for this Utah Ute squad. Score right now, Georgia 11, Bulldogs 11, and we have the Utes with 4.
Yeah, the Utes, I mean, the talent gap is not as big as the scoreboard would suggest. Of course, Georgia, the more veteran team, Utah the more younger one as the pass centering gets turned over. But 13 freshmen on the Utah team, mentioned that before and I'll say it again. So a young team, a lot to build on. I would say going into the film room here after this one, it's, you look at it, there's a lot to build on, a lot of positives, also a lot of just easy things that you can work on.
Agreed. Here's Utah trying to establish something. Overhead shot! Able to get it to go is number 18, Lindsey Rogers.
So early on in this one, Lindsey Rogers able to cut that deficit, make it back to 6. And
went from
we'll see the game slow down a little bit, I imagine, from the Georgia end of things, but also from the youth side. Really, I think you're going to need to get it before the 5-minute mark, whatever that may be. It's really hard to tell with these tournaments with no clock, but before the 5-minute mark, you're going to probably want to get it within 3 goals.
100%. They're within 6 now after being down by 7. And now we'll get a chance to see Utah try to battle their way back here in the final stages of this one. I actually believe this is the final game of the Cactus Classic on Friday night, as it looks like almost everybody else is all but wrapped up.
Yeah, the first game on the Field B took a little bit longer. The blowout that number 2 team in the country, showing why they're the number 2 team in the country. But nevertheless, we'll see the draw is going to be an ever more important as this game progresses.
Speaking of the draw, Ellie Vickers for Utah able to get set for it. And again, that shot by Lindsey Rogers and that goal makes 2 total different goal scorers for this Utah squad, as Vickers is no longer the Lone Ranger.
As Vickers wanted a redraw there, but not going to get it. We've seen that called pretty consistently. So again, you play within the confines of the officials. I think they've been pretty equal today in what they call and what they don't call. You got to play within the confines of that. And of course, it's frustrating as a not draw specialist, but as a draw taker. It's frustrating, but got to play within the confines of what's being allowed.
Yeah, and you can just tell Georgia's wasting a little bit of time here, again, trying to really run down that clock. Yeah. Obviously, I'm sure they have a better eye for it than we do right now. And here's a couple of scoops right over the back of the net, and that ball will be awarded to Utah, as that
Great
is a
chase out.
huge shift.
That's a great chase out. That's exactly what you needed to come back in this one, the offensive possession. But now you give Georgia a chance to set up perfectly with where they want on the clear. They have 3 up front, 3 in the middle, 2 in the back, and then another 2 in the defense, as Utes just elect to use speed and easily break it.
And here's Utah trying to not take as much time as usual here as the clock winds down. Just trying to get on the scoreboard as fast and as efficiently as possible. Here's Vickers now, and I know you mentioned you wanted to see a little bit more out of Vickers. That I can't make that word up. Selfishness, there we go. I was trying to think of the kinder word, the selfishness, but Vickers has done a great job just kind of facilitating herself with this Utah squad all night long.
Yeah, I would love to, on that offensive possession, just see an ISO play, give her a chance at X one-on-one, but nevertheless, unable to get the offense set up as Georgia looking to push in transition and pushes a little too. I'm surprised to see that pass in the middle. Thought they would waste a little bit of time in a beautiful.
Oh, what a pass! All the way from the sticks to midfield.
And a 40-yard dot there.
That was live low. It was living on the edge.
Yeah, that was a hell of a pass. 40 yards on a rope.
Yeah, that was a crazy pass. And Hove was able to just retain possession for it. That was actually a really good, really crazy pass. That was probably one of the crazier plays we've seen. And here's a cut on the inside. Firing just over the top. Quick chase down, and women's lacrosse rules.
Yeah, for those. Probably should explain this in the first quarter, but for those who are new to the sport, if you closest to the end line or wherever the ball goes out of bounds after a shot is awarded possession.
Exactly. Thank you, Pierce, for the breakdown. We probably should have done that about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, would have Googled it by now.
Yeah, for 100%. And here's a pass towards the center, but Ware able to take that one away.
Didn't need that pass to the center there. It was open for a split second, but would have been a hell of a pass if they were able to make that.
And we'll see if Ware challenges the mid pass from Lau, and she will not.
But again, the clear between the restraining lines going to be the draw circle, and between the restraining lines going to be ever more important for the Utes.
And Georgia moving it up now towards midfield. And it seems like there was a explosive goal on the field behind us, in front of us.
As we'll see all of them, basically every team here tomorrow me and you will be on Field B all day tomorrow as the Utes force a turnover, but then Georgia right back forcing a turnover of their own and trying to push it quickly, but the officials slowing things down.
And you mentioned quite literally all day tomorrow.
Yeah,
will we be broadcasting?
We're from the start to the end of the tournament tomorrow.
From 7 o'clock to 7 o'clock is quite literally the broadcasting schedule. And
as another turnover here that the Utes were able to force, and quickly called for a push there.
And Rogers able to keep possession. Here's Hove. Crossbody shot. Oh, just out of bounds. That was just wide. Great opportunity there, too, from Hove to capitalize.
Good shot from Hove. No one there to back her up, though. Unfortunate. I don't know what the game plan is there or who's setting up, but
and of course, just want to reiterate too as well who everybody is that is involved in this game. Georgia, the white and red, and we should state Utah being the all-red squad in this one.
yeah. And on the scoreboard, Georgia red and Utah blue.
And Georgia, too, currently up 11-5 in this one, as we have a lot of very crazy schematics for the tournament.
And a quick whistle blown. Utah thought they'd forced a turnover, but too physical there.
Again, 11-5 for the Bulldogs. Once again, gotta genuinely have to keep reminding myself too that the Bulldogs are not the all-red squad tonight. It is the Utah Utes and the white and red squad. The white primary, at least, is the Georgia Bulldogs. Utes in the all-red. And here's Kay Page now making an advance towards the top of the fan. Again, trying to kill that clock has been the main goal for this Bulldog squad.
And again, I feel like that 11th goal was kind of the dagger here. I said earlier on it'd be kind of first to 12, and still stand by that a lot as get a cross-check called here. As it really was like first to 12 there, and the Utes, again, young team, was a 13 freshman, a lot to build on for them. But this one, them kind of running out of time too little too late. 14 freshmen, excuse
me. And the Bulldogs now trying to alternate through X. Here is Pisani ripping another. And that is her 5th goal of the day.
Yeah, Pisani putting a nail in the coffin in this one.
You might be quite literally on the money with your final score there, Pierce.
Only played 14. Should know the score.
Only know about a little bit.
But yeah, it was race to 12. We weren't gonna see. From the start of this one, we weren't gonna see a 20-goal game like we saw in the game before.
20 in total potentially between both squads.
Yeah.
But
not individually.
Not UCSB numbers. Keep in mind, too, both these teams, both highly ranked last year, too. I believe the Bulldogs were number 5 at the end of last season.
And I think I would love to see this exact matchup maybe a few months from now as this Utah team grows a little bit. I think obviously the Georgia team will grow. Any team that progresses through the season will grow a little bit, find yourselves a little bit more. But this Utah team, this is their first action against a fair opponent and another club team.
And of course, Glee Corsetti, Corsetti mentioned beforehand too, a very young squad. That's something we keep bringing up time and time again. But also, it's hard to find your bearings as a brand new squad in a way when half of your team is newcomers.
You need to find your personality. I've played on a few teams where you're very senior heavy, and the next year you don't have that senior presence, and you kind of need to find your bearings, find your personality. Every team is a little bit different with what they specialize in or what they act like in the locker room, and overall it's not.
Here's Georgia cutting on the inside, ripping it. Just wide.
But again, I think we mentioned the youth because it's a lot to build on for the youths.
And you're absolutely right too. That young presence is something that is felt throughout an entire squad, and also too, just building an identity with a brand new team is something tough. It's a huge challenge and obstacle for a coach. However, it's been fairly positive for Glee Corsetti for how she's been able to maintain that and build off of that as well, as Utah has been a formidable club squad too for the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, 2 club squads that, are very respected and kind of have had their runs late in the tournament.
And here's Georgia again, still moving across the crease, finding an open Mia Pisani, but Pisani not able to keep that one in the basket and give it a rip. And we got a little bit of a crescent moon out tonight. Get a little bit fuller as tomorrow will go on as well. Officially 9 o'clock here in the Tempe Recreational Grounds. Well, that is 9 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. I believe 11 o'clock Eastern. And if you're Central, I'm sorry, but I can't remember. Here's a cross pass. Inside! Able to get it to go is Kay Page. Page with her hat trick.
As on Field C over there, the air horn sounds, and it appears it looks like Michigan State comes out with that one. That one also live if you want to go check that one out on same channel. So
well, that one might be coming to a close soon.
Yeah, that looks like it just came to a close, but I would have loved to see what happened over there. That was that was a lot of emotion behind that.
Potentially a walk-off by Michigan State.
Yeah.
Who knows? Go check out the replay on South Mountain Sports if you want. But again, we are officially the last team to be wrapped up now. And it has been an exciting night on Field B. I'm sure Field A and C can all say the same. Unfortunately, no Field D, E, or F. We just have
maybe in the future.
The first three. Grow the game a little bit. I do believe that there is a baseball field behind us that would make for a good lacrosse field. Potentially. That could be the Field D. That could be the 4th quadrant that the rec field is missing.
But nevertheless, grounds crew for ASU does a great job maintaining these fields. It is, I'd almost rather play on these 2 grass fields than the turf one over on A.
Field A is turf. That is a very astute observation. I did not realize that until you had just said that to me. It's very stand-outable.
Yeah.
Noticeable.
Nevertheless, though, kind of talked about the Utes building, and to add to that, some specific things for them to build on. I think really on the defensive side of the ball, looking at it from my untrained eye, really just kind of taking away a lot of more the top side opportunities, head on a swivel, not allowing the cuts inside, which we saw them much improved in the second half, but too little too late as Georgia already ran up the score a little bit. But again, it's not anything insurmountable for the Utes. It's a very talented team. You mentioned countless times, it's a very young team.
Here's a rip from Hove. Just wide.
And a player like Hove, who, towers over a lot of these other teams that they'll play, using her height to her advantage and able to generate a lot of power behind her shots.
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily say untrained eye. You've had 15 years of experience in the lacrosse world. it's the same thing I feel like too when it comes to bat and ball sports for me. And here comes Utah trying to storm in. Bounce shot right between the 5-hole. And a huge rip shot right there from Utah's number 8. I believe that's Kendall Danielson, who was able to knock that one in.
They finally beat her 5-hole. First time tonight gets a 5-hole to fall. So the Utes putting up 6 on the board. But a little icing on the coffin.
And Kendall ripped it like a Beyblade, as Danielson was able to find the back of the net.
But again, I talked about building off stuff before. That's a great thing to build off of. You get your first goal from someone not named Ellie Vickers for the Utes, and your second goal, excuse me. But I think it's a lot. You beat a goalie 5-hole that's been proven very formidable from the 5-hole all night, and rip it underhand right there, and not much she can do.
It's been a very intense game between both these squads, and Utah is still trying to put in the good fight. Of a whistle blown dead. Georgia will get possession right back.
Draw violation. Couldn't see the official's hands there from the backside.
And looks like we'll have a quick change as Caroline Toole will come out of the game now.
Yeah, great chance right now. Tap into your bench, see who you have, so you can pull out, and a lot of players to earn some minutes later on in this one.
And speaking of tap in, everybody should tap into South Mountain Sports here on YouTube. Tell the friends, tell the family, tell random strangers at the park as well. And we'll be here all day tomorrow on fields A, B, and C. In our professional opinion, I'd be willing to say field B would probably be the best field to look out for tomorrow.
Not biased at all.
Completely unbiased.
But going forward, tomorrow, 8 a.m., Georgia on Field C plays BYU. That's at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And Utah got the later slot, my personal favorite. I didn't like the 8 a.m.s in the tournament style, but the 10:15 for Utah tomorrow.
And, of course, and on Field B for us, Texas A&M taking on GCU, and then we have MSU taking on Florida. And it'll be an exciting matchup. You mentioned, too, Georgia taking on BYU. And if you are tuning in and a Georgia Bulldog fan, we encourage you to pull up dual monitors to watch us on Field B and C tomorrow.
Some high-level club women's lacrosse here.
Exactly. The Cactus Classic is intense, as always.
Nevertheless, we got games tomorrow all the way through 5 o'clock, and then the award ceremony, then a little bit of an all-star game. As that shot ripped in from the Utes. And the Utes maybe trying to mount a comeback, but I would say too little too late.
And Utah, again, capitalizing late in this one. However, it seems it will all be for naught.
But again, a lot of other stuff to build off of. A young team builds confidence. I know when I've been a part of younger teams, it's really just about, it's really mental. It's really mental. I mean, anyone on this field right now can go throw and catch. They have all the fundamentals down. That's not an issue. It's all, it's mental. It's a very mental game along with basically every sport. And if you're able to cash some in, just see the ball go in the back of the net on the offensive side of the things, or force a turnover on the defensive side of things, have some good footwork, and kind of build off that going forward.
And we'll have a drop ball during the draw, but it's all good. And this one's up, and almost saw Vickers come away with that one, just not able to cradle it.
Yeah, the 6-goal lead is something that the Utes have not been able to surmount. They've been able to get it to 6 and continuously hold it there, just not be able to push past it. Georgia red. And on the field, the Utes red, Georgia white.
Exactly.
And some good halftime adjustments on the defensive side of things for the Utes. I think they were getting burned pretty bad with the both cuts and the just cuts in general.
And here's a centering pass for Knott.
And they really collapsed their defense and brought it in and able to kind of stifle the potent Georgia offense from X, force them to look elsewhere.
Couple of key passes along the top of the fan, and again, Georgia really just trying to stall it out. 1 minute warning now in full effect. As winding down in this one.
Yeah, so Georgia just trying to play keep away here.
And this shot will be flagged right at the 8 meters, so a free position shot now upcoming for Georgia.
Looked like some head contact. Couldn't see the number there, but nevertheless, like you said, free position shot.
And despite all the 4 games we have tomorrow, we also have an all-star game as well as the championship game that will all be played tomorrow.
Yeah, full slate of games tomorrow. That shot is ripped in.
And Georgia capitalizing once again, and the Bulldogs
keep barking.
Not only do they keep barking, they show a lot of bite as well. You know, the common phrase is all bark, no bite. This Bulldog squad showing both.
We have the pleasure tomorrow, 12:30, roughly, that's tournament time, UCSB, Georgia. That'll be a great game.
That'll be probably one of the best games of the tournament, so we encourage you to tune in.
But overall, I mean, Cactus Classic, grown a lot over the years. As we'll see another draw here.
Yeah, we'll see a couple of good games, too, between ASU, Texas A&M on Field A, as well as ASU, UCSB. And obviously, we'll wrap up our final game on Field B, as MSU will take on UVU. And here's a one-on-one opportunity. Shot fired. Great block by Utah.
It was at the left thigh. That was a great save.
And here's a check. Ground ball now. That'll be holding, so ball awarded back to Utah.
It's great to hear the officials
It
there.
is.
It's very helpful as a broadcaster to have them explain it to us right in front of us.
We're going to have to get a couple mics.
Up.
Yeah, tomorrow, and possibly mic up one of the referees. Actually, I do have some equipment, I think, that might help out for that. We'll have to ask some of the South Mountain execs. And a great scoop. And a quick foul, too, on top of the fan.
Again, mentioned this before. Very not envious of the fact that women's lacrosse players not wearing gloves, because granted it's technically a non-contact sport, but you are getting whacked with carbon fiber and aluminum all over your fingers, and that hurts.
Do you say aluminum or aluminium?
As another whistle blown.
Do you say aluminum or aluminium?
Aluminum.
Aluminum?
You say aluminium?
I like to say aluminium just because it's more of the fun way to say it. And here's another over-the-head shot for Knott. I just think it adds a little bit more pizzazz on everything.
A little more spice.
Exactly. It gives a little bit more of that twang to it.
Is Georgia trying to clear. And again, some beautiful defense there in transition by Ellie Vickers.
Kicked away, and possession given to Georgia. We have a couple of UFOs over us. Just kidding. Just very, very, very dark out, and none of us able to make out what's really in the sky, especially when we don't have our glasses on.
Beautiful check there.
Utah is able to get it right back. Trying to move up with it now and make a little something out of nothing. Here's a fast break opportunity. Utah has a chance to center. Here's Hoove. Whips it to the left side, and another great save by Ware. And where does it end?
Yeah, and Hoove loves those sidearm shots there. Just unable to get that one to fall. Again,
Georgia now on a 3-on-3 counter. Here's another pass over the left side. Here's a rip. Bounce shot, but it blocked right off the foot of number 0. That's Liv Low, because she's living low to block that one.
Wow, that was a hell of a save. As the air horn weekly blows there.
I believe we ran out of fumes for the air horn.
Yeah, hopefully the guy holding it was okay. Looks to have almost exploded in his hand, but nevertheless, that does hit. 14-7 here. Georgia able to take it from a great start. Lot to build on for Utah. We've mentioned that probably 80 times through this one. Listeners sick of hearing me talk about that.
And the Utah Utes not able to combat the Bulldogs, as they will not be held in a cage this time. The Bulldogs reign victorious. 14-7 is the final score here on South Mountain Sports. That'll wrap up the entirety of the first day of the Cactus Classic. But please stay tuned for tomorrow, because quite literally all day there is lacrosse action on 3 separate fields. I believe 12 games throughout that span. You don't want to miss it here with Kai Gengabus, Pierce Gordon, as well as 25-year-old Tanner Buck. And it will be an exciting 4 games for everybody involved. Thank you all so much for listening, and this is South Mountain Sports.